of their racing here in the Daniel Ricciardo Series. And what a fantastic day we've had. So competitive throughout the field. So many names figuring into things at the front. But we're going to celebrate our top three right now. And in third place was Callum White. And in second place, Odie Hole. And in first place, Leo Edger. Yeah, Callum, if you want to come over. Callum, it was third place for you in the end today there. Obviously, you cross-line winner on the road, but not to be, of course, after the race. But that's got to give you great confidence moving forward, surely.
Yeah.
You think you can get him next time?
Definitely.
How did you feel throughout the whole day? How was the experience?
It was very good. Finished first in the pre-final, I think it was. No, heat. But yeah, good.
Well done for today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
If we could bring over Odie. Odie, that was a fantastic drive from you in the grand final. You weren't up there throughout most of the day, but you were when it counted.
Mhm.
How did you find the experience of the DRS 45 this afternoon?
It was fun. I managed to get up from 7th to 2nd with penalties at the end because I ended up 3rd from position, but because Callum got penalties, I managed to get to 2nd.
Well done today. Terrific job in that grand final.
Well done.
And Leo? Was so many right up there for the win this afternoon. And at one point, it looked like you were out of it, and then you managed to sneak your way back in. How was that?
It was good, but I couldn't have done it without my brother unfortunately spinning now. He should have been on the top step, not me. But yeah, it was good today. I don't really know what else to say.
Do you think you can maybe make it a 1-2 with your brother at some point this season?
Probably. I mean, he's fast. He overtook me, and I couldn't catch up to him. So I reckon definitely.
Well, fingers crossed for you for the rest of the season. Well done for this afternoon.
Well done, guys. You can get a picture. Well done, guys. See you at round 2. Thank you, everybody.
Back at Shenington following that look back on the DRS 45s and their fantastic race yesterday, and good to chat to the top three after the race. So just give you a little bit of background on what Leo Edger, the winner, was talking about there. So his brother Jack Edger was in contention throughout the course of the race, and as he said, did overtake Leo out on the circuit, and Jack hadn't quite been on the pace throughout the course of the day, but just came alive in that grand final and very, very nearly won it, but he was involved in one of a couple of incidents that took out potential winners in the last 2 to 3 laps of that event. But it was an absolutely fantastic race, and you're going to see them on the live stream at the next race at Little Rissington in just 4 weeks' time, and that's going to be absolutely fantastic to see them. And if the DRS 35s, excuse me, who are about to head out on track any moment now, if they can produce half the action that we saw yesterday, it's going to be a great watch for those of you that are looking at the streams. So let's go through what's going on. Well, first of all, actually, let's take you through things at the circuit, because we haven't actually taken you through a guide of Shenington. Of course, those of you who might be watching might want to know where your young family members are racing, exactly what they've got to tackle here today. So Shenington, it's just over 1,000 meters, 1,018 meters to be exact. There are officially 10 corners, although really this circuit, it's almost like if a circuit Gilles Villeneuve was a go-karting circuit. It's one of those, it's quite long from one end to the other, but there's nothing in terms of an infield or anything like that, simply not the room for it. It's effectively 4 long straights that are kind of just put together with some sections that link them, going of course from the first turn is Park Bend, the left-hander, then Cafe Corner is where much of the activity happens, where you'll see the paddock, and that's where our commentary position is, the tight right-hander here at turn 2. Then they have a gentle left-hander going down towards the Stratford hairpin, which is a great overtaking opportunity. Then they exit the Stratford hairpin, head down to the Bruno chicane, which then leads on to the Hanger straight, which is another opportunity to get in the slipstream. Then a fast right-hander at the Hanger corner leads them into the Wilkins hairpin, which is effectively the final corner. There is a left-hand curve that takes them onto the pit straight from there, but that's not a real corner. It's really the Wilkins hairpin that is the true last corner of the lap here at Shenington. So that's a little profile as to what you can expect. Of course, you'll see the circuit throughout the day, and you'll be able to get a grasp of the layout and exactly the challenges the drivers here will be facing. But just to have a look through what's been going on in DRS 35s so far, because we've had the warm-up session, and as you just see on the screen there, the DRS 35 schedule for the day. And it was Daniel Ricciardo that was fastest in the warm-up with a 56.656, which I believe is actually a little bit quicker than the 45s tended to go yesterday. Eskild Hewitt was second. He was just a 10th off the pace. Then it was Marcus Galanis-Sinai that was in third, Jacob Kent in fourth, and Micah Hunt-Nelson in fifth. Half a second covering those top 5, and then a little bit of a gap back to Zach Jennings in 6th, who was a second off the pace. Some of these drivers with very, very little experience of the karts and of the circuit, of course, as well. Some of them just arriving for their tests yesterday, and so a lot of them, and we saw some of this yesterday as well, some of these drivers going to be playing themselves in a little bit. You'll see some great strides from some of these drivers as the day progresses, as they get themselves well and truly onto the pace, and so we should see things getting more and more competitive as the day goes on. That's certainly what happened for the DRS 45s yesterday, so I think you can expect a similar sort of scenario to take place here. So we're, I believe, just about 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes possibly, before these drivers head out onto the circuit. It appears as if the gate is just about to be opened as we speak, and we are ready to get underway. Of course, we've got DRS 100 and 125s to come later on, and it was fantastically competitive, as we've already mentioned, in their sessions, their qualifying sessions, which of course took place yesterday. That's another change for this season, of course, with the introduction of the arrive and drive categories. It means that qualifying for the DRS 100 and 125s is pushed back to the Saturday, essentially allowing us to have a schedule on the Sunday that is much more reflective of what we had last season. So things are going to be more familiar to you in terms of those of you watching the stream, and of course those of you here, you owner drivers that are here at the circuit. Your Sundays are going to look much the same as they did last season in terms of timings, albeit the qualifying session occurs the day prior. Engines fired up, and we are ready for our first ever DRS 35 qualifying session. Looks like there might be potentially one driver having a little problem getting fired up, as I believe just saw Andy there just running down to somebody, although yes, there he is. Just trying to see who that is on the stream. Looks like it might well be number 23 that had a problem getting fired up there, which would be S-Killed Hewitt, who of course we just mentioned was second fastest in the warm-up session earlier on. Worth noting, actually, that we went out. I accompanied the DRS 35 drivers on their track walk just to see what they would be told, what kind of guidance would be given, and Andy led the walk and essentially just took them on a long kind of guide of the lap here at Shenington. I wonder if that will occur across the rest of the season, because some of these drivers, of course, won't necessarily be familiar with the circuits. But it was a fantastic guide telling the drivers where to take certain lines and what speed to take through certain corners, where you've got to scrub off speed, particularly the Bruno chicane. You've got to try and scrub off a little bit of speed on the entry to make sure that you get a good run going through the left-hand part of it, which is really the main apex there. As they come across the line for the first time. Some of them actually going 3 wide. Pretty aggressive to begin qualifying, as some of these drivers look to set their opening lap times. But certainly as we were watching the warm-up, it was very apparent that the guidance that Andy gave was being listened to. This qualifying session for the moment looks a little bit more harem-scarum. It looks more like a race out there. There's obviously some drivers that are eager to develop their racecraft. One of the things that was mentioned during that track walk was about being responsible in planning your overtakes, especially going down to the Stratford hairpin, which is over to the north side of the circuit, to the left of our commentary position here at Shenington, as they come across the line to complete their first 5 laps, and we'll see who is quickest. They all come across the line pretty much together. Jacob Kent for the moment, number 15. No surprise that he's the quickest, because there he is leading the pack. The usual procedure would be get yourself some space on the circuit. There's a couple of drivers just towards the back that appear to have done that, and there's another couple coming through there. One of those is S-Killed Hewitt, who is down in 8th place for the moment. Again, it might be one of those scenarios where certain drivers are just going to play themselves in, not, of course, still very, very early on in the session. But I think if you're Jacob Kent at the moment, you're probably thinking, well, if I can do this in qualifying, then it sets me in good stead for the race to be able to pass a few drivers and get to the front of the pack. Generally, that's going to be an indicator that you've got pretty good race pace. Here they go past us once again. Zach Jennings has moved to the top of the timesheet with 56.633, just a 10th ahead of Harry Mike Waldron. Jacob Kent in third for the moment. Just taking a look at the warm-up times, I believe they're actually right on the warm-up pace already. Fastest time there was a 56.656, and so yeah, we have indeed just about beaten that fastest time from the warm-up, and we've now well and truly smashed it with Zach Jennings going to the front on a 56.176. What, of course, it's worth mentioning, we were just about to come to this, and the way the lap times tumble take us rather nicely onto this next point, as there's some tight racing going through the hairpin, and off there, I believe that might well have been Kent, actually, that got squeezed at the exit there of the Stratford hairpin. Wonder if we'll see a replay of that. Hard to tell the number because we don't have the number on the back of these arrive and drive categories, but just being squeezed out there onto the exit curb, and that's something that maybe in the race might not be looked upon very favourably. We've had an improvement from Marcus Galanis-Sinai, who is up into 4th place with 56.846. That's 6/10 off of the pole time set by Zach Jennings. And interestingly, Daniel Ricciardo, who was fastest in the warm-up, is down in 9th at the moment. Clearly more pace in him, as he's a second off of what he was able to achieve in the warm-up. As we go back to that point about track evolution, we did of course have rain overnight, and when we arrived here, when we went on the track walk, there were still some damp patches, but our race director Matt Daniels decided to what he said was a bold decision to declare the meeting dry, which, looking at the track conditions now, you would absolutely say was the correct call. And at the moment, we just look to see some of the latest lap times. It appears as if we have indeed had an improvement from Jacob Kent. He's still in 3rd place. He now is on a 56.488. I'm wondering maybe at the start of the session if we were looking at a scenario where perhaps we were going to dip into the 55s, but doesn't look quite like we're going to get there at this point. With a minute and a half to go, improvements in lap times are getting more and more difficult to come by, although Jacob Kent once again improves as he moves up with a 56.367, and so too does Galanis-Sinai up into 3rd place there. He's on a 56.4. And it was indeed Jacob Kent that was pushed wide earlier in the session, because we just caught his number 15 on the camera there, and he's trying to make his way back through some of the competition. Of course, there is the potential benefit here with the 4 long straights that we've got. If you are behind another driver, you could get yourself a little bit of slipstream down the 4 straights that we've got. It's not going to be quite the same effect as a circuit like GYG, where you go up the hill there and you have that huge full throttle zone going up towards the hairpin there. But still, it's not a completely unviable tactic to try and use a slipstream here. Looks like Harry Myatt Waldron has improved up to 4th place. Behind him is Eskild Hewitt. But it's definitely a bit of a mix-up from what we saw earlier on. Checkered flag is out. So this will be the last lap for many of these drivers now, and let's see if we get any improvements as they come over the line. And they all come through top 4 across the line. Doesn't look as if we've had any improvements there. Eskil Hewitt did improve on his previous lap, 56.815, putting him up into 5th. And that looks as if it's going to be the last improvement we will have in this session, as the last of the drivers, Elena Santos, comes across the line. Looks like she is signalling that she is going for the pits, and no improvements there. So that sets our grid for the first DRS 35 heat. It was Zach Jennings that was quickest in qualifying with a 56.176. Jacob Kent just under 2 tenths off in the end, getting onto the front row after being involved and coming off worse, and a little bit of argy-bargy coming out of the Stratford hairpin there, as you saw midway through that session. Then it's Marcus Galanis Sinai in 3rd, Harry Mike Waldron in 4th, and Eskild Hewitt in 5th. And that will be the way that we will come to the starting line for the first DRS 35 heat.
Oh, sorry. He needs that. Sorry. Yeah, that's okay. Let's go. Back to the right. Yeah. Should be around about 56, maybe 55. There you go, so that's good.
Do you want to pop and see you need devices? Yeah.
So the scrutineer. Okay, so we don't.
You just stand over there and wait till last. I've got to speak to you and your dad. 15, 16.
I'll go to the other side again.
Okay, lovely, thank you. Next one, yeah, with your weight. If you need to wait between you. What number are you? 13. You are 36.5 with 1 weight. Lovely, thank you. There you go, next one, number. Lovely, thank you. Next one. No, put them on down. Put them up there. Because that's not part of your weight, young man. What's your race number? 23. 23, yeah. 39, okay. Next one. 26. There you go. And you've got 1 weight. 37. One balanced weight, yeah. Okay, thank you. Next, please.
come up here? We're not doing
Okay, guys, listen up. Absolutely no tyre weaving, please, at all. You read the rules. There's a penalty for that, so no tyre weaving. Okay, so we're going to have an outlap, and then we're going to start the forward. Nice and tidy, and remember, on the start, yellow line where the pole man can decide to accelerate. And remember, before you go out,
Good afternoon, we're all clear with the DRS.
if there is
Is that it? Understood? As soon as the lights go out at the start of the race, you can map which colour. Okay. Is that camera shy? T-shirt.
Oh no.
That's really bad. Andy, is it 35 we're going out?
Yeah, for 3 minutes.
What?
Is this your first pole, is it? Oh, it's a first rolling up on pole.
Heart rate might be up a few.
A couple.
No, I think that is
Quite a, you know, your normal outlap. And then we come round here. Back them up as you go up to the top.
I was told that you're good at everything.
Where's your local track? Oh, okay. Our closest track's to our house, but that's 40 minutes from our house. Fullback, West Stansted Airport to Fullback and Pier High is 2.5 hours, really.
It's go time for our DRS 100 drivers as they prepare for their first heat race of the season. And we'll have a look at the starting grid. It's going to be Freddie Farrell on pole position. Absolutely blistering lap from him yesterday, a 44.758. That was almost 2/10 in front of Kai Newman. And as we remarked on quite a few occasions during yesterday's running, the gap from Farrell to Newman, or from first to second, is the same as the gap from second to 8th. So it's remarkably competitive in the battle up front among the DRS 100s. And I'd have to say that Farrell's lap was just something of an outlier. We've got certainly looking a bit hazy in front of us. It doesn't look like it's raining, but I wonder, so we do have some yellow flags out on the circuit. Certainly no clouds or anything that would indicate rain. But drivers are ready to get underway. They're a bit fast going down the Hanger Straight there as they come round for what should be a start. And Andy, as ever, is over there just asking them to bring that speed down. Freddie Farrell and Kai Newman on the front row. Dorian Malik and Nyron Evans behind. And with the top 4 not involved in this championship from last year, it's going to be anyone's guess as to who wins the championship this year. Let's see if they get it underway this time. Yes, they will. And through they go, and that is Farrell taking the lead as Newman tries to hold on for second. They're side by side in many areas behind, but they get through Cafe Corner safely. And towards Stratford they go. Newman holds the position on the inside. And there's some 2, looks like potentially even 3 wide going into the Bruno chicane. Farrell already with a big lead going down the Hanger Straight and into Hanger Corner. And he looks like he's going to be potentially as much as possibly second ahead, or he's going to get the best of runs there. Out of the Wilkins hairpin to end the lap, and here they come to complete the first lap, and it is about an 8/10 lead for Farrell there. Yeah, 8/10, showing a yellow flag on. For several drivers off at Wilkins over on the far side, and this is going to be, you would imagine, a full course. And just trying to see who that is. We might well catch the tail end of the incident here on the camera. So I think I saw 148. Red flag is out. So I saw 148135. So that's going to be Jakob Milcharski. Looks like 148 is going to be Daxton Groves. Couldn't see the third driver involved. Could see is that 165. That's going to be Oscar Cole. And so we're going to have a red flag for this 3-car incident that appears to have occurred on the run into Wilkins there as they were jostling for position. It's bad news, of course, for Freddie Farrell, who, having pulled out a pretty big lead on that first lap, some 8/10, looks like that's going to be pegged back. Wonder if it's interesting to see what exactly the procedure will be here, because of course as we've got an ambulance making its way, actually no, I believe actually leaving the scene, it looks like. Ambulance was out on circuit but appears to now be leaving, so that for the moment is good news, unless of course it is required to head over to the far side of the circuit. So the red flag, it looks as if it's going to be to repair the barriers, and also 3 carts is pretty difficult to clear away, especially over on that somewhat remote area of the circuit. And the drivers, as you can see on the stream, just being brought to a halt just at the Bruno chicane, so just before the straight that precedes the Hanger corner and Wilkins, where of course that incident took place. So we are under a what you would imagine is going to be a relatively brief red flag here at Shenington in our opening race of the season in the 2024 Daniel Ricciardo Series. An incident involving Jakub Milszewski and Oscar Cole, and Daxton Groves has brought out the red flag here.
Ktoś się zahamował. Miał wielki problem i ktoś się zahamował. Nie wiem,
brother's the famous one. Ray Davis.
Ray Davis. That's it. Yeah. You've been getting phone calls in the middle of the night.
Yes, I can
Tom,
say.
we've got Clive's number. Right, Dad. Ray.
Yeah.
It's Ray.
Ray Davis did a lot of the.
Yeah.
I was told. Engineer and all.
Yeah, well, Ray.
Shutting down, baby.
He's a clever lad.
Yeah, he is. Not always.
They won't go back.
Kosher.
To the letter.
But you got with FIA, you've got to be so careful.
Yeah, absolutely.
We ended up.
always reckon they're built each engine. Peter taking back. And in the van, they won't, they catch up.
Back here at Shenington as the race here, our DRS 100 heat is set to resume, although not without a word or two from some of the marshals about slowing down prior to the restart. So we have, or what we have certainly on our timing screens, what looks like a bit of a mixed up grid. But it looks as if, and certainly this is the word that we received, that it's going to be a fully fledged race restart. Interestingly, Jakub Milczarski is being allowed to rejoin. He came past us earlier, or you saw him on your screens with a broken front plate. They'll go around one more time after the red flag, which is standard procedure when you've got drivers trying to catch up. So it is going to be a full restart. So it'll be Freddie Farrell to lead Kai Newman. And we go again as if we never did have a start to begin with. So to recap, it'll be Newman on the outside of the front row. Farrell will lead them to the start. And then in row 2, we had Dorian Malik and Nyron Evans. Liam Karabelov in 5th, Cassidy Southall in 6th, making up the 3rd row. They come around the Bruno chicane, and this will be the point where they will have to get things slowed down. They seem quite well behaved at this point. And as they come around Wilkins, we should be all set for a start. Or a restart here in our DRS 100 heat. So, a second chance for these drivers to try and prove that they're the ones to step up into championship contention in the absence of our top 4. Here we go. It's it looked a little bit of a slow getaway from our front row, but eventually they do get in to Cafe Corner 1st and 2nd with Farrell leading. And that's Evans up into 3rd as we approach the Stratford hairpin, being challenged there. There's a move being made on the outside, and that looks like Karabelov. It is indeed up into 4th as we go down towards the chicane for the first time. There's no big lead this time for Farrell. Newman right on him, but there is a gap to 3rd place, and not quite a move there as they go through Wilkins over on the far side of the circuit. And here they come to complete the first lap of this restart. Farrell, Newman, 2 tenths in it, then almost a second back to Evans in 3rd. And it's Karabelov, Malik, Ben Hoy, Isaac Kite, Cassidy Southall, Carter Winsgate, Clarkson doing well up in 9th, and Maximilian Reed rounding out the top 10 as things stand. Through the chicane they go. No moves at the moment, but hotly contested at the front as looks like Newman is once again in position to try and strike, perhaps not going into Cafe Corner on this lap, as it looks like Evans has made up some of the deficit on this second lap. Gap from 2nd to 3rd down to 8 tenths of a second as Karabelov follows him closely through Cafe Corner. We have some side-by-side action 2 rows deep further back in the field. There's a couple of our novices getting involved in the action there as you look at Nyron Evans and Liam Karabelov on the stream. They go through the Bruno chicane. Looks like a black and white flag is being shown, I think, to Maximilian Reed there. We could just about make out the number 5 on the screen that shows over the start-finish line. So here's an incident on the previous lap, as that's Karabelov trying to get past Evans going into Wilkins. Don't think there was contact there, but it was certainly very, very close. And the gap between second and third again comes down 7 tenths now, or just under 8 tenths. So it's not much in it, only half a tenth between Newman and Evans on the previous lap. But Newman was faster than Freddie Farrell by the same margin. They come across the line once again. Looks like Farrell has pulled out a bigger lead this time. It is 3 tenths, and Evans is much closer on this occasion. Looks like there's a move here by 174. That's Josh Mills. It looks like he was racing. Appears to be Jakub Milcharski there that he was going by. And with 5.5 minutes to go, you get the feeling that this is maybe just the calm before the storm. There's a lot of drivers in position to make moves, but nobody making them yet. Liam Karabelov had the fastest lap of the race last time by with 44.998, which is incredibly quick for a race. Now here we go. Now here's a battle at the front. Newman looking for a way around going into the first corner. Oh, and slight... can't tell if that was contact there for Karabelov, or if he just got... Well, he definitely did get out of shape. Whether it was a result of contact or just getting loose, it was hard to tell. But he gathers it up well enough, and now the top 4 are right together as we enter the Bruno chicane. Top 5 actually right together, as Dorian Malik is right there with them. Nyron Evans with the fastest lap on that previous lap, and that's how he caught up. 44.67 over him, and that is why we now have 5 right together. And 6th place, looks like there's a move for 7th there, as it was Isaac Kite who was ahead of Maximilian Reed, and Maxi Reed has taken that position. So our highest place driver from last season moves up a place. Maximilian Reed passing Isaac Kite for 7th. Ben Hoy is ahead of him, and he's the one that you can see on the screen there, right on, just not quite with the lead pack, but he's almost there. And there's a big gap behind him. They come to complete another lap. 4 minutes to go. Newman looking like he's ready to make a move, and he goes to the inside, and... well, that's going to give Farrell the position going into Cafe Corner, and that's excellent racecraft there from Freddie Farrell. He gave the inside to Newman there going through the first corner, and he knew that if he did that in Park Bend, he was going to have the high line through Cafe Corner. Looks like potentially there's a move there for 3rd. Just trying to see, did Karabelov get through? No, he didn't. As Evans holds a position for now, and that means that side-by-side action from earlier means it is now 6 drivers in the lead battle. Ben Hoy has caught them, as now once again we go into Cafe Corner. No moves this time, they're all still right together. Maximilian Reed pulling away from the pack behind him in 7th place. It's a 4-way fight for 8th, led by Isaac Kite, Cassidy Southall, Carter Insick Clarkson, all in that. As to is Joe Jennings. Down we come once again through Wilkins and on to the start-finish straight. They come past our commentary position in Cafe Corner. Could be one of those. You just wait for the last lap. Doesn't strike you as being that kind of race simply because the slipstream doesn't seem like it's that strong. It's normally that kind of race where you do wait to make a move. So I'm not sure that's necessarily what's happening here. And actually on this particular lap, Freddie Farrell is pulling away from Kai Newman. Is this going to be one of those races that just teases us? Makes us think there's going to be a huge amount of action, but actually they're all just so evenly matched and can't find a pass. No, it's not, because into second place, Nyron Evans makes the move on Kai Newman. And now Farrell has to fend off a new challenger. Of course, what that move will do is help him pull out a little bit of a lead. He's got a couple of tenths there as he goes through Wilkins. Just under a minute to go. This should be the penultimate lap, but we'll see how it pans out. Running wide there in Cafe Corner is Darian Malik, but he holds on to his position. Falls back a little bit though from the three in front of him. Karabelov now is the one looking for a move, this time on Newman. He's been looking at the back of Evans for the entire race, but as Evans makes his move, it's now Newman that's in front of Karabelov for a spot in the top three. And Farrell looks like he might well be clear. You're not going to challenge him from there if you're Nyron Evans. You're too far back at this point, as there was a look there, a move for third place from Karabelov. Going into the first corner, and now they go down to the Stratford hairpin once again on this final lap, and it looks like Newman, he had a look. Is that going to compromise him through the exit? It doesn't. Karabelov is not able to make the move. And it looks like Farrell is just about in the clear, but they are going to go side by side down the Hanger Straight as Karabelov looks for a move to the outside. But smart positioning there from Kai Newman. And it is going to be Freddie Farrell that takes the win in the first heat race. And it's a brilliantly controlled drive from him from the front to the win, as Nyron Evans comes home in second after passing Kai Newman late on. Liam Karabelov was the one that looked most likely to make a move throughout the course of that race. Not able to get past Evans initially, and then once Evans got past Newman, he too could not get past Newman. And so a race that promised so much, and in the end just that move from Evans gives us the result of Freddie Farrell as winner, Nyron Evans in second, Kai Newman third, Liam Karabelov fourth, Darian Malik fifth, Ben Hoy sixth among the lead pack. Just 2.1 seconds between the top six at the checkered flag. A intriguing race there, you have to say. Not quite the all-out action that we might have expected given how they were so tightly packed together, but certainly one that whets the appetite moving forward as we continue things at DRS 100s. And out on track already in a lightning fast time are the DRS 125s ahead of their heat race. So not much of a chance for us to catch a breath here before we get this 125 race underway. And as we have a look at their starting lineup, it is Sam Faulkner on pole, had 2 laps. It was at least 2 laps, may have even been 3 that were quick enough for pole position. We've got a problem coming out of the pits here for Tuscany Groves, who is scheduled to start 9th if she's able to get away as she needs. We're already on to what would be the pace lap here, and they're definitely not going to have a start, so there will be, you would imagine, one more lap, just given how strung out they are at the moment. Although they are just beginning to form, it's not impossible we get a start here, but certainly at the moment not anticipating one, and Tuscany Groves still cannot get away. And judging by her reaction there, one wonders if she will be able to get away at all. It's very disappointing. Out of the cart, and will not be a start for Tuscany Groves, who was set to start ninth. That may, though, help us get a start here potentially, as the grid has now just formed up as they go through Wilkins. Sam Faulkner, Ethan Critchlow on the front row, Oscar Walmsley-Jones and Charlie Ratford, the DRS 100 champion, on the second row. Here we go. And we have a start. And Faulkner comes through the first couple of corners, Critchley in second, side by side for third. Ratford was on the outside heading through Pitts Bend. Oh, a big slide for Faulkner. Did he make the corner? Yes. Wow, that was... Well, there is a spinner. It's not Sam Faulkner, but there was a spinner at the Stratford hairpin down the pack. But wow, how Sam Faulkner held on to that there. He was all sorts of out of shape going into the Stratford hairpin. That certainly was a hair-raising moment for him as Critchley comes through in second and Oscar Walmsley-Jones in third with Charlie Ratford right there. Good start for Archie Cole, moving up into sixth ahead of Jack Clayton, who was a top novice in qualifying by quite some distance. And into the Stratford hairpin they go. Faulkner with a 4/10 of a second lead over Critchley at the moment. Of course, the DRS 125s, this is the category where your tyre wear throughout the course of the day is key, and one of the smart moves to make is to conserve your tyres during the heat races so you have a chance to attack as the day goes on. But don't tell that to Sam Faulkner, he knows it. But it's not going to hold him back for the moment, as he now has a good half a second lead on Ethan Critchley. It's a tight battle for second place as Critchley, Walmsley-Jones and Ratford are all tightly packed together there. It looks like Ratford is actually the one that's closest to making a move into the chicane. He does pull out initially, but then tucks back in, looking for a run down the hanger straight. Good traction on the exit there for Walmsley-Jones as those second to fourth place runners begin to spread out. I dare suggest there that Critchley has maybe just made up a little bit of ground there on Sam Faulkner. Just the slightest little ground, just a couple of hundredths in it between those two. Further back in the pack, it's Jack Clayton still our leading novice in second, but Finley Anderson is there in 10th. So both our novices here in the 125s putting their best foot forward in the early going. As there's a move for third. And that looks to be Charlie Ratford getting past Oscar Walmsley-Jones going into Wilkins there. You didn't see it on our stream, but we just about caught it on the far side of the circuit out of our window. We don't have the best of views here at Shenington, being that the track, of course, being so long from one side to the other. But we just about managed to catch Ratford there, making that move on Walmsley-Jones. Very tidy move up the inside for third place. Ethan Critchley with the fastest lap last time around, but only making up a half a tenth on Sam Faulkner, who is just holding firm at the moment. They complete their fifth lap. And it looks like Tom Snape in fifth place is reeling in Oscar Walmsley-Jones. Looks like we may well have a fight for fourth place in a few moments, and Walmsley-Jones getting a little bit out of shape into the braking zone. So was the driver behind him, I think it was Archie Cole, that also got a little out of shape. Not quite the same sort of hair-raising moment as what Faulkner had earlier on. As once again they come into Wilkins, and Faulkner on this occasion looks like he may have pulled away slightly from Ethan Critchley as they come across the line. It is indeed a gap of a couple of tenths on that lap that Faulkner managed to pull out. You're watching at the moment the battle for 6th place as Archie Cole leads Tommy Welsh. Jack Clayton is in that, and so too is Daniel Weir. And by you, of course, mean those of you watching on the stream. Of course, our commentary does go out here on the tannery at Shenington as well, as it does at all of our circuits here on the Daniel Ricciardo Series, as the top 5 there look to be pretty much matching each other. No more than a couple of tenths in it. Ratford actually the slowest of the top 5 on that previous lap. And that allows Ethan Critchley to pull out a gap of about 6 tenths on him. We continue to watch the closest battle on track, and not happy there is Jack Clayton with the driving of, actually, is that Clayton? No, the Clayton's actually made up a place there. He's gotten past Archie Cole, who has lost 2 places. Bit of confusion for us in identifying Archie Cole just there, because he has a black plate on the back of his kart. There's a potential move being made there by Clayton now, looking to get by Tommy Welsh in the fight for 6th place as they approach the Stratford hairpin. Welsh, for the moment, will hold on to the place. Just under 2 tenths of a second when they came across the line last time by. Archie Cole looking to regather himself after losing a couple of positions on a previous lap. Meanwhile, Sam Faulkner's lead is now over a second. But Charlie Ratford closes in on Ethan Critchley. Almost a quarter of a second quicker on that previous lap was Ratford than Critchley. And that means a battle for 2nd place could hot up. We continue to watch the fight for 6th on the stream as Tommy Welsh continues to lead Jack Clayton as they go through here. The Bruno chicane now down the hanger straight into hanger corner in Wilkins. Ratford attempts slower than Critchley on that lap, which means that it's now half a second between those two. We have a minute and a half to go, so the likelihood is that we're going to have 2 more laps after this one, at least. Faulkner coming into Wilkins. The top 5 now relatively evenly spread. The driver closest to the one in front at the moment appears to be Tom Snape, and it is indeed, because he is under half a second now behind Oscar Walmsley-Jones. It looked like he was closing in a couple of laps ago, as there's a fight further back. Daniel Weir closing in on Archie Cole. That's the closest battle on the circuit at the moment. It looks as if Tommy Welsh has fended off the attentions of Jack Clayton, because there's now almost 8 tenths of a second gap between those two. So 6th place looks as if it will indeed go the way of Tommy Welsh. Sam Faulkner's lead now over 1.5 seconds as Tom Snape moves into around striking distance of Oscar Walmsley-Jones, so it looks as if we'll have a fight for 4th place going into the last few laps here. This will be so 2 laps to go. This the penultimate lap. Sam Faulkner in the clear, dominant as he was in qualifying. But we're watching closely the battle between Oscar Walmsley-Jones and Tom Snape for 4th and 5th. You now see those on the stream. Walmsley-Jones has been taking that wide line through Cafe Corner there for much of the race, and it's going to make him lose out, although Snape there, can he hold the position on the exit of the Stratford hairpin? They're going to go side by side into the chicane, and Snape has to concede the corner, but he might get the up and under going through the exit. Oh, so close to a move, and he is going to get to the inside, and does he get him under braking? Yes, he does. Sam Faulkner, meanwhile, up ahead, comes through to win. And they're going to go side by side for 4th across the line. And Walmsley-Jones somehow gets it back by 4/100ths of a second. Brilliant racing towards the end there between Oscar Walmsley-Jones and Tom Snape. In that battle for 4th place, Walmsley-Jones takes it, looked for all the world as if he had lost the position going into Wilkins on the outside. Very, very difficult to pull off a switchback pass going through the exit of that hairpin, but Walmsley-Jones managed to find a way to do it as they cross the finish line side by side. And Walmsley-Jones in the end is the one that ends up ahead, but it's Sam Faulkner that takes the win ahead of Ethan Critchley, our top 2 drivers from qualifying, or our top 2 in the first heat race for the DRS 125s. But it's a brilliant 3rd place for Charlie Ratford in his first race, of course, the reigning DRS 100 champion, moving up to 125s, and he is in the top 3 for his first heat race. But it is Faulkner that takes the honours, as we will take a very short break before we see our first DRS 35 heat race.
Yes, please. Do the same as you did last round. Last heat.
Can you 3 guys hang on here until I've done your tyres, please?
Another arrive and drive category that put on such a great show yesterday, and if these drivers can put on a show that's anywhere near as exciting as that one, it will be an absolutely fantastic spectacle indeed, as we are gonna, of course, just have a look through the grid for you, as of course we are ready to get set. We'll have one more formation lap and then we'll get this race underway, provided that they can get lined up as they should do for a start. And of course our pole sitter is Zach Jennings. Jacob Kent in 2nd place will be alongside him. Then it's going to be Marcus Galanis Sinai in 3rd, and Harry Mike Waldron alongside him on the 2nd row. Some drivers that appeared as if they might well have been out of position somewhat relative to their pace in the warm-up session. Eskild Hewitt in 5th was 2nd, and Daniel Iliev in 9th was fastest in that warm-up, so could be a couple to watch out for that might have the pace to make their way up the field. coming in towards the Bruno chicane now. They look as if they may be a little fast, but it's not a bad pace by any means. They seem to be well behaved at the moment, and I would imagine we're looking good for a start this time by. Just trying to see Andy over on the far side of the circuit, looking quite happy with things so far. Just the one delay that we've had so far, red flag for 3 drivers being involved in an incident on the first lap up at Wilkins. That's our only delay of the day so far, as we get ready for a start of the first ever DRS 35 race. And it's a bit of a slow start initially, but they do get away. And coming through into the lead is Zach Jennings, already a couple of lengths ahead as they get into Cafe Corner. And a little bit of a bump there with a couple of drivers as they head in towards the Stratford hairpin. And side by side there for second place, it appears. Looks like Jacob Kent has been pushed down into third. We would imagine that it's Galanis Sinai that's taken the place from him. We're just trying to see, is that number 16 in second? We can't quite see. There's a move up the inside for third. But Kent is able to fend that off, and it's already going to be a big lead for Zach Jennings over the line. And it is Galanis Sinai in second ahead of Jacob Kent and Harry Waldron. And it looks as if there Wyatt Waldron was able to make the move on Kent to take third, going through Cafe Corner. And now Michael Hunt Nelson is looking for a position into the hairpin, and here he goes. And he takes it, good clean pass, and he may even get another position on the exit, as it looks as if Wyatt Waldron, had a difficult time getting the power down at the exit of the hairpin and looking to take advantage, and climbing all over the outside curb there is Kent. As they go through the hanger corner and into the hairpin, and well, so far Zach Jennings looks like he's in a race of his own. Over the line they come, and it's a 1.5 second lead. It's Galanis Sinai who has moved into second. He takes a slightly wider line into Cafe Corner, and that allows Mike Waldron to think about a move, but it was never really on. And now he's going to try and position himself into Stratford hairpin, and he does get up the inside. And that's going to be Mike Waldron to second, but again, he doesn't get the good exit out of the Stratford hairpin. They're going to go side by side into the chicane. They go side by side throughout the course of the chicane, and that's a brilliant move from Mike Waldron. It's really good from everybody to avoid contact there. It's so difficult to go side by side through the chicane without contact, but these very young, very inexperienced drivers showing you how it's done. And it's Zach Jennings who's showing them all how it's done at the moment, as he now has a 2.4 second lead after the conclusion of 3 laps. And it's Hunt Nelson that's up into third after all of that action through the exit. So he really got himself 2 positions there. As now Galanis Sinai is back into 5th place, but still well in the battle. And it's a battle now for 3rd place that Hunt Nelson is leading. And Kent, of course, was the one that was making so many moves in qualifying. Naturally got himself squeezed up onto the curb and into the dirt on the exit of the Stratford hairpin. And now they've gotten themselves sorted out in that battle for second. Mike Waldron's just gone 4 tenths quicker than the race leader. So maybe Zach Jennings won't have it all his own way. That's a good piece of defensive driving there from Mike Waldron to protect the inside going into the Stratford hairpin. It's a decent run for Hunt Nelson at the exit. As through the chicane they go. And it was actually Hunt Nelson that had the fastest lap of the race last time with 55.8. Both of them actually on 55.8s, of course. As Hunt Nelson looks like he's going to have to go to the outside to try and make a move. Gets a good run out of the exit. Now, where's he going to look to make his move? Because if you go to the inside of turn 1, you're going to have the outside of turn 2, and that's where you really need to be on the inside. Let's see. Well, they're going to hold stations through Cafe Corner, but then taking a wider line is Mike Waldron. And what that lets him do is protect the inside going into the Stratford hairpin. But once again, he really struggles on the exit of the hairpin. And yes, Hunt Nelson goes through into second place. And again, they were both quicker than the leader on that last lap. 3.5 minutes to go. You might well be the case that Jennings is too far ahead, but we'll see how that pans out. Let's see what it is over the line. It's 1.6 seconds, so Jennings, you'd have to say for the moment, he's doing enough. Jacob Kent in 4th. Marcus Galanis Sinai in 5th. Eskild Hewitt in 6th. Daniel Eliev, we mentioned, might be one of those that'll come through the field. He's up into 8th for the moment. But there's a pretty big gap between him and Alexander Leshitsky, who's in 7th place there in number 29. As through final few corners they come. And it looks like a significantly lessened lead that time for Zach Jennings. And it is. It's just under 1.2 seconds. Maybe this race isn't over yet. Nobody in real close contact at the... well, nobody among the leaders in close contact. It's Lekshitsky that's looking for a move on Hewitt at the moment in the battle for 6th place. Just a couple of attempts in it between those two. And then behind, Charlie Simmons is just under a tenth behind Daniel Eliev. Jennings looks like he's done a better job on this lap in the lead. Looks like it might have come down a little, but not significantly. 1.5 minutes to go, so it might well be 2 more laps after the one that the leaders have just started. We tell a lie, the gap is down to 7 tenths. It looks a bit bigger than 7 tenths visually. But Nelson a little wide out of the hairpin there. They both were, actually. And Harry Myatt Waldron waiting to pounce. And the question for Jennings is how, if you do need to defend, how desperate are you going to be? How firm are you going to be? They're coming up to a back marker at the moment. That's the... I believe it's Teddy Shepherd who is just going across the line now. So this will be the penultimate lap. And on that previous lap, Jennings lapped almost as quickly as Hunt Nelson. Looks like Hunt Nelson got a really good run out of Cafe Corner, however. As here comes Jennings past the back marker. And Hunt Nelson gets a really good run out of the hairpin. Timed that move really well to get past the lap Teddy Shepherd. And as they come towards the hangar corner, despite Hunt Nelson getting past the traffic really well, you dare suggest that Jennings might well have done just enough. Here we come to the line. And it looks like it might well be about 4 tenths maybe. Yeah, 4.5 tenths between them as they start the last lap. Close battle for fourth as well between Kent and Galanis Sinai. Is that Galanis Sinai? No, it's Kent protecting the inside at Cafe Corner. Oh, and he moves across. Almost. Oh, that was almost. Didn't see him there. And is that a move for... No, it's not a move for the lead, but it's very close to one. Hunt Nelson is right behind Jennings now. Does Jennings have anything left in the tank? They're coming up towards the hangar corner now. There could be a move on into Wilkins. Outside Hunt Nelson goes. Will he try and pull off the switchback? Yes, he will, but he's going to be on the outside for left-hander. He'll go back towards the inside. They could cross the line side by side. It's going to be a photo finish. I don't know who won. Who won? Jennings, 2/100ths of a second in it. Well, we thought the finish for fourth place in the 125 race was pretty crazy early on. And we wondered, would he have enough in the tank? Yes, he did, by 0.019. What a finish! And we talked about how great the DRS 45s were yesterday. And just how great it would be if these drivers could produce half the amount of action. Well, I'm not sure, it wasn't quite as action-packed a race, but boy oh boy did we save the last for the end there with that finish. Zach Jennings had such a big lead early on, and it was whittling down and whittling down. And every time you thought he was doing enough, it came down big time. And then right at the end there, side by side to the finish, it does not get any better than that. Zach Jennings edges out Micah Hunt Nelson by less than 2/100ths of a second. What a start to DRS 35s here in the Daniel Ricciardo Series.
Yours? Yeah, the first four, yeah.
So we now are going to be heading to our lunch break, and we'll be back with you in half an hour's time. Those of you who are watching on the stream, the schedule stating that we've got the drivers ready to go for the DRS 125s at 20 past 1. So it's a half-hour break for those of us at the circuit. But for those of you that are watching the streams, it looks as if we're going to be getting back going at about 1:20. So do join us for that. It's been absolutely great to be with you throughout the course of the morning. We hope you've very much been enjoying watching the action from here as the 2024 Daniel Ricciardo Series gets underway at Shenington.
contact between the two of them. Oh, it's contact. There's contact. And there's contact between Cheryl Powell and Campbell Pilling.
And welcome back to our afternoon's action here at Shenington for round 1 of the 2024 Daniel Ricciardo Series. It's Ben McPhillips here with you once again. Going to be an absolute thrill to take you through the action just as it was this morning, which ended with that absolutely amazing photo finish in the DRS 35 heat race as we saw Zach Jennings by the skin of his teeth beat out Michael Hunt Nelson to the victory there. Just less than 2/100ths of a second between them as they crossed the finish line. And in a few moments' time, as you can see on your TV screens or on your laptop screens or phone screens, whatever you're using to watch our stream, you can see the timings for the DRS 125s, or at least you could do so a moment ago, as we are now ready to get underway for their pre-final, the DRS 125s. And it was, as very often it has been the case, Sam Faulkner who managed to take the victory. We had a very, very closely fought qualifying session yesterday in this category. Faulkner was on pole by quite some distance, but the gap behind him suggested that we were going to have a very, very competitive day this afternoon. That didn't quite pan out in the heat race. We did have a really good battle right at the very end for 4th place between Oscar Walmsley-Jones and Tom Snape, as Walmsley-Jones beat Snape to the finish line by just 0.043 seconds. It was a 4/100ths of a second there between those two. Other stories to mention from that race: Charlie Ratford, the reigning DRS 100 champion, he managed to finish 3rd, having qualified in 4th place. So that's a great debut for him, moving up as a champion. And Jack Clayton was in 7th place, the leading novice, and has looked strong throughout the course of the weekend. Finley Anderson did too at one point in 11th, our other novice in the DRS 125s. He was on the fringe of the top 10 throughout the course of the race. I believe he was in at one or 2 points. He's only a couple of positions actually behind Clayton at one point. So a strong showing for both of them, the novices, in this particular category. Another thing to note that has happened since the end of that heat race is the penalty for Archie Cole, who used an unregistered tyre. This is not something that is has necessarily been done maliciously or anything. It's nothing that would necessarily give him an advantage. It's simply an instance of him using what is most likely a mismatched tyre, kind of the sort of thing that you've seen Formula 1 teams on a couple of occasions fall afoul of. Remember George Russell in Bahrain a few seasons ago when he got that emergency call up at Mercedes, being one particularly noteworthy example of that. Most likely the sort of thing that Archie Cole has fallen afoul of there. His penalty for that is that he was classified as the last finisher in that heat race, so in 15th. Tuscany Groves did not start that race, had a mechanical problem while trying to get away from the dummy grid, and so they will form up the back row for this pre-final, which we believe should be getting underway in less than 60 seconds, according to our timing. So we will wait for the likes of Sam Faulkner and Ethan Critchley to lead this field down, and we do indeed get the call to start up the engines, and we will be underway now. Looks like there's a couple towards the back that haven't quite gotten away yet. It's the 337 Finley Anderson was one of those. Couldn't quite make out the other two, but they are all away and will all be able to form up the next time by as we get ready to get this race underway. And of course, the talking point throughout the course of a race day with these DRS 125s always seems to be the tyre wear throughout the course of the day. You are supposed to use the same tyre throughout qualifying and the races here in the Daniel Ricciardo Series, and the effects of that seem to be felt most particularly in this category. And so we will see if that will help shuffle up the order during the course of this pre-final. It's more likely to take effect, however, in the grand final, should that occur, as we see the drivers heading down the Hanger Straight. They look to be a little bit quick at the moment, although Andy isn't over there looking to give any signal to slow, so we should be all good on that front. Looks like we may be having one or two glitches with the... No, we are back as we should be on the stream. I was wondering if that was a problem on my side with the TV. Anywho, here we go. Race underway. Faulkner is going to get through into the first corner first, and Critchley holds the position on the outside of the first corner to get the inside through Cafe Corner, and that looks to be Charlie Ratford in third. It's an interesting one there. We can't actually see the back plate of the driver that's running in third place at the moment. We understand it is Ratford. We will, of course, get the confirmation when we see them come around at the end of the first lap and we see the timing screens. It's actually showing Ratford in second place at the moment. I believe he may well have just nosed ahead before the finish line as they took the start. As here they come to complete the first lap. And no, it's Ratford actually that has moved up to second place during the course of that first lap. We saw Critchley exit Cafe Corner in second, but clearly there has been a move there. And through they come around the Stratford hairpin. So Charlie Ratford for the first time today set sights on a position that was very, very familiar to him last season. But the challenger Sam Faulkner might well be greater than anything he saw in the DRS 100s last year. As great as Jack Robinson and co were, there's just something about Faulkner's inevitability, shall we say, as Critchley is very wide on the exit of Cafe Corner, but he gathers it up well, and he's under pressure from Tom Snape in fourth, who has gotten ahead of Oscar Walmsley-Jones to start this race. Snape there actually showing a contact warning on the screen as he looks for a move on Critchley, who did not get a good run there out of the Stratford hairpin. And through the Bruno chicane they come, and once again Snake looks like he's got a good run. Critchley just struggling for traction at the moment, and Snake does get to the inside, and under braking, well, it's actually Critchley that's better on the brakes that time, heading into the Wilkins hairpin as they come around to complete their third lap. Faulkner with just under an 0.8 of a second lead on Ratford, who has pulled out a gap to Critchley, who, as we mentioned a moment ago, does seem to be struggling to get out of those slow corners. And Tom Snape once again looking to attack. He's not quite gotten the same run out of Stratford as he did on the previous lap. And here they come around to Wilkins once again. Faulkner building a gap slightly. It looks to be perhaps just slightly bigger than it was on the previous lap. We'll see. Yes, it is by 1.5 tenths. As Ratford now leads by just over 0.9 of a second. As we continue to watch the fight for third place between Ethan Critchley and Tom Snape. Critchley looks as if he's gotten himself sorted from some of the issues that he encountered a couple of laps ago, where he really just seemed to be struggling for traction and for grip on the rear. But now he's beginning to reel Ratford back in. Gap between them as they come over the line is going to be 0.4 of a second. As past our commentary position they come once again. Nobody making any kind of moves for the moment. But it looks like we might be heading towards a three-way battle for second place, with Sam Faulkner now opening up a lead of 1.2 seconds, and Snape has a good run this time on Ethan Critchley, who gave Snape the inside previously when Snape looked to make a move going into Wilkins, and he does so again, but Snape this time is a little bit closer on the exit. Critchley very good under braking, it seems. As through Cafe Corner they come once again. It's a lovely low shot that we get there. Just around, looks like the camera position there, just around Pitt's Bend, that really gives you a sensation of speed from these DRS 125s. As Faulkner has extended his lead to 1.5 seconds, you would imagine it will be bigger towards the end of this lap, and Critchley's looking ready to make a move, and he does make a move on Ratford, but it looks like he's outbraked himself there, and indeed Ratford does get the up and under to move into second place, and it almost gives Snape the chance to get a move into the first corner, but he thinks better of it and tucks back in. And there they come first, second and fourth, and of course one of the beneficiaries of all this battling is going to be Oscar Walmsley-Jones in behind. Critchley with a pretty good run out of the Stratford hairpin that time. And they come through to the chicane, and now there's just 2 seconds covering second to sixth. Tommy Welsh is hanging on to Oscar Walmsley-Jones. Our leading novice, meanwhile, Jack Clayton in 8th place. He's looking to hold off Archie Potter and Archie Cole, who has come through the field well following his penalty at after the first race, where he was caught using an unregistered tyre. As Faulkner's lead is now over 2 seconds, and Ratford with a back stepping out as he goes through the Stratford hairpin. That's going to allow Critchley the chance to get right on the back of him. You just wonder if maybe this is the first sign of the tyres crying enough for Charlie Ratford. Looks like Critchley is going to line up a move. No, he doesn't go to the inside this time. Of course, outbraked himself on the previous lap when he tried to make that move going into Wilkins. 2.5 minutes to go. Ratford certainly good through this part of the lap. And then he comes into the hairpin, and this is where Critchley has struggled earlier on, but he seems to have sorted out any issues he had with traction earlier on. And they're pretty even Stevens. Second to fourth now, and Walmsley-Jones and Welsh are just hanging around, just looking to pick up the pieces if anything does go wrong for the three in front. Critchley taking a bit of a wider line through Cafe Corner there, and it gives him a good run towards the Stratford hairpin, and he gets a pretty good run through it too, but Ratford has just enough pace to hold the position for the moment. Ratford looking back, so too does Critchley. Critchley might be in position to make the move here, but Ratford very good on the brakes. He's a little wide, however, coming out of Wilkins. It's not quite a move on for Critchley. I think his best bet is going to be either through or at the exit of the hairpin, and actually he's got Snape all over him now, and Snape looking to make the move down the inside, and he's going to get it going into the Stratford hairpin, and of course that's going to force Critchley out wide. He's going to be compromised on the exit with Oscar Walmsley-Jones right behind him, and Snape looks like he is going to be the one that will benefit here, as he now will look to try and line up Ratford. We'll see the replay of that on the screens right now. Meanwhile, live at the circuit, we'll just turn and see what's happening over at Wilkins as Snape really begins to reel in Ratford. Ratford pulled out a little gap, but that's virtually disappeared already. Faulkner, meanwhile, is well in the clear. He's some 3.5 seconds clear as they come past our commentary position, and it is now a 5-way battle for second place on what will be the penultimate lap. Snape moves to the outside. That's good defending there from Ratford. Snape looking for the up and under. But Ratford doing a really good job of holding his line. Through the hairpin, now through the chicane they go. Does Ratford have the grip on the exit? He shows Snape the outside. Can Snape find the way to the inside? No, he can't. Sweeping around the outside is going to go Critchley. And they go side by side, and for a moment there, it looked like Critchley was going to take both of them. Now Walmsley Jones is looking for a move. They're side by side to abreast, and Walmsley Jones makes up a place. And Ratford has gone down to 5th. And now moved to the outside, and that's Walmsley Jones looking for looking for third, on Ethan Critchley. Just trying to see, so that is Ratford there in second place. Yes, it is. As Critchley fends off Tom Snape to the checkered flag. So yeah, Critchley did not lose those positions. Ratford did not lose those positions. He's going to come across the line in second. Walmsley Jones in the end moved up to 4th, so he did get a position initially, but then lost it later around the final lap. And so it ends up Charlie Ratford in the end holding on to second place, having made the move earlier on in the race on Ethan Critchley, who in the end gets third back from Oscar Walmsley Jones, as Sam Faulkner in the end was well clear of all of them, almost 5 seconds up the road. In the end, it's a 4.7 second gap between Sam Faulkner and Charlie Ratford, as once again Sam Faulkner is looking for another clean sweep here in the DRS 125s. He's gotten the pole, won the heat, won the pre-final. Will look to make it a perfect weekend in the grand final coming up shortly. Next up for us is going to be, I believe it's our DRS 35s. The schedule changes after lunch. Yes, it is DRS 35s to come up next.
Oscar was trying to say, so then you pulled away a little bit after it went up away with Tom again. Coming out of turn 2, so quick. It's like, I couldn't get on the power quick enough. So I couldn't say up to her at all.
You made one mistake, and that's why you went from 3rd to 4th on the
I'm not overtaking anything. It's not a mistake, is it?
It looked like you went, your line was confident.
Let me headset off. Is that track all gone now? Is the track all clear? You did prove me right, it was clear. We're back on programme.
Yeah, because I've got to get up with these. But...
DRS 35 pre-final, and you know, these arrive and drive classes were all about adding to the show, and so far it feels like they're well and truly stealing the show with that photo finish in particular. in the heat race earlier on. Zach Jennings, by the skin of his teeth, managing to hold off Micah Hunt Nelson to the checkered flag. Had a huge lead after the opening lap as they fought like frantically behind him. But in the end, it was Hunt Nelson that managed to come out on top in that fight for second place and then reel in the race leader and set up that incredible photo finish where, watching it live, we quite frankly could not tell who had won the race. It was that close. Absolutely fantastic to see. And hopefully more of the same for this pre-final. 45s, of course, the other arrive and drive category, who you will see on our feed next time out at Little Rissington. They'll be the ones racing on Sunday and featuring on the stream, whereas these 35s will be racing on the Saturday. But they, the 45s also have been a big highlight this weekend. Lots to talk about, lots of great racing, some incidents too, but that's perhaps to be expected. And certainly, while you don't like to see drivers' races end badly, you sure do like to see good hard racing, and I dare suggest we've seen the best of that in the two arrive and drive cadet categories so far this weekend. Brand new, of course, to the Daniel Ricciardo Series. They're just a little bit quick as they go past Andy Cox on the hanger straight there, and now they approach Wilkins, and it looks like we're set for a start if they can make sure they get themselves down to the right speed. Looking good. And they just bottleneck slightly, but they do get away. And sweeping to the outside there and actually moving into second place there. That's Hunt Nelson holding a position around the outside through the first corner, and now in towards a Stratford hairpin they come as Jennings opens out that early lead. Looking for a move there is number 12, Harry Myatt Waldron, looking for a move into second. There's a bit of an issue behind them. No contact, but a little bit slow off the corner there was our fourth place runner. And the top three right together, and it looks like already Hunt Nelson is looking for a move. And Jennings, as he was to end the previous race, is struggling for pace. Here comes Hunt Nelson to take the lead, and this is going to be making a move now. Myatt Waldron into second, and Jennings losing 2 places through the end of the lap there. As we see the replay, you'll see that on your screens. We watch them come through Cafe Corner here, and it's number 15 there, Kent in fourth, Jacob Kent, and then Eskild Hewitt in 5th. And is this a battle for the lead? No, not quite, as Myatt Waldron looked initially as if he was going to move to the outside. Now might have the run coming out of the Stratford hairpin. Don't think he'll have enough grunt to get by into the chicane, and he does indeed think better of it. The top 5 right close together at the moment. In fact, they're all running pretty close together. Our top 11 all in close contact at the moment, as that was Jacob Kent there looking to the outside for a potential move for third place. Bit of a mistake coming off of the final corner there by Hunt Nelson. That's going to allow Myatt Waldron to get to the inside going into the first corner, but it will of course allow the leader to keep them. No, and pass made before they get there. Into the lead goes Harry Myatt Waldron. He was looking for the move on the inside going into turn 1, which is normally not the preferred way to pass. It puts you on the outside for turn 2, but he was ahead before they even got to turn 2, as Jennings there just edged out a little wide as they approached the Stratford hairpin there. All's well that ends well, you'd imagine, on that one, but he's fallen back down. It looks as if to 5th. It looks as if Eskild Hewitt there has gotten past him for 4th place. And with 6 3/4 minutes to go, we've already had a lot of action. It looks like we've got a lot more in front of us yet. As Jacob Kent now is making a move for second place. And he gets to the inside there of Hunt Nelson. And now it looks like Hunt Nelson is one that might well be dropping back. As past us they come. And it's Hewitt now looking for the move on Hunt Nelson. Kent looking to the outside. Here comes the move. Hewitt not able to get through on the inside. And now they split a little. It's going to be Mike Waldron versus Kent for the lead. It's going to be Hunt Nelson versus Hewitt for third. Up towards Wilkins they come, and it's Kent looking for the move under braking down the inside. And then he's a little bit slow actually coming out of the final corner there. And a move being made for third. Hewitt trying to get around the outside going into Cafe Corner. He had the inside for the first corner, and he does manage to get it done around the outside under braking. Kent once again. Kent taking that straighter line on the approach to the Stratford hairpin. Is that a move for the lead? They're side by side. And Mike Waldron looks if he's held on to it for now. And he will hold on to it going down the Hanger Straight. And almost a move there. Could hear the production crew going all behind me as if they were expecting a move and we were expecting one too. They're living the race with us. It is a great one here that we've got in store. As looks like he's going to get the run here. Is Kent looking to get the up and under off of Cafe Corner and make the move? And this time, well, no, he is going to fade to the outside. Oh, he's going to try and pull the dummy. That's a fantastic pass. And into the lead, but right on the exit, they're going to go side by side. This is incredible racing. Side by side into the chicane, and it looks like Mike Waldron has taken it back. But has he taken too much speed going into the chicane? Looks like he's gotten away with it. Got good run there. Had to slow down a little bit through the middle part there, but it got him the exit that he needed. And the top four now have pulled away and made this a race of their own. Is there contact there? No, not quite. There's a little bit of a problem there for, I think that's Kent actually, that's struggling at the exit of the final corner. He gathers it back up, holds on to second place for the time being. And now top four right together. Mike Waldron, Kent, Hewitt, Hunt Nelson. And heat winner Zach Jennings is now down to 6th place. Still only 3 seconds off the lead, however. As here we get a replay. And oh yeah, big contact there between Kent and Mike Waldron. And that's a hard one to call. Mike Waldron turned in, but the question is, was Kent really there to take that place? Maybe he was not. We will see if there's any ruling on that one. As once again, Kent is a little slow coming off of the final corner. But once again, he's able to hold on to the place through the first couple of corners. As Mike Waldron takes that tight line coming out of Cafe Corner, but he has a little bit of a margin as he heads towards the hairpin. And there's a good battle behind this top four. Looks like 5th, 6th and 7th are in close contact as well. As that's Galanis Sinai ahead of Jennings and Iliev in 7th. Iliev was the one that was fastest in the warm-up, and we expected maybe to make a move. As making a move here for the lead is Kent this time. It is a clean move. And he just about holds it on the exit as we've got 90 seconds to go. Side by side they go, and yeah, Kent is going to hold the lead through Cafe Corner. Ahead of Mike Waldron, who now has Eskild Hewitt to worry about as he moves to the outside. And Kent moving to the outside too. That move we were going to talk about earlier on, because when we did the track walk with Andy was specifically saying, don't take the straight line going into the hairpin. It will slow you down, but Jacob Kent didn't listen to that, and it does seem to be working for him. Down the hanger straight they go. Move for third. And wide the exit there as they're going to keep going side by side. That's Hunt Nelson trying to take third back there from Eskild Hewitt as we now start what will be our penultimate lap. And Mike Waldron was losing ground earlier, but he's now right back on the tail of Jacob Kent. Kent's going to take that wide line. Is it going to open the door? Oh, it almost did. He turned in there, and we were wondering, oh, is there going to be contact? But they've raced so well so far, these young drivers. And even back down to 11th place, they're still in relative close contact with the leaders, as making a move there was Mike Waldron, and then around the outside went Hunt Nelson, and now Hewitt is going to go side by side for third place again. Looks like he's going to have the door shut on him going through the first corner as we begin the last lap. Mike Waldron close to making a move. He had a look. Down towards the hairpin they go. They're so close together. And a move there. Is that going to be a move for second? Looks like they're a little bit delayed as they go side by side. And I'm just trying to see, is that still Kent in the lead? Yes, it is in the green. Side by side for second, coming out of the chicane. Could be 3 wide. Little contact as Mike Waldron gets in towards the hanger corner ahead of them. Kent is going to take the win. And they'll fight for third to the line as Hewitt just can't quite find a way past Hunt Nelson. It's another absolutely terrific race in the DRS 35. Galanis Sinai takes 5th place from Zach Jennings. So Jennings had taken that position back quite clearly while we were focusing on the fight at the front. And Iliev, look at that, Iliev beat to 6th place by just 2 1,000ths of a second. So, well, that really was a photo finish. It couldn't have been any more than millimetres involved in the finish between those two. But in the end, it's Jacob Kent that holds on. The question is going to be, what will be made of that incident at Wilkins where he tried to make the pass on the inside of Harry Waldron? Who will get the rap for that contact, if indeed there is any kind of punishment handed out at all? That will be the question. Of course, we'll keep an eye on that as we go through the remainder of the day. These DRS 35s due back out on track relatively shortly, actually, because after the DRS 100 pre-final, we go straight back to these. They'll be the first of the grand finals to take place on the circuit. So we'll see exactly what happens with Jacob Kent, whether or not he will keep the win. But for now, Jacob Kent is the winner of the DRS 35 pre-final.
not off the maximum, you're not trying something.
Yeah, it's just
твоите да работят още добре.
Easier on your time.
Нали?
They all seem to default to the casters to any changes.
Yeah.
Is it working now? Yeah, Ben had a problem at the same time, Cass. Consistency is about it's almost effortless. Yeah, it's one of them drives as well.
And then I can break right before the second bit.
There were teams that turned up. We didn't know that, but you got these.
I did the tyre test for him.
Oh, yeah.
He was because he had to come off the Bridgestone. Yes. Obviously, he done once, and I was testing him. That was tension, yeah, slow it down.
Yeah.
Don't overdrive. Swipe right. Yeah. That's grinder today.
Held on. In the end, it was hoist the flag in reality, I suppose. But if you actually watch the race, it was he was always under pressure. He was never really comfortable there in the lead, but he managed to hold on throughout the course of the race, and it was Nyron Evans that managed to pass Kai Newman to take second place. Liam Karabelov looked for much of it to be potentially the fastest of the lot, but he just couldn't find a way around initially Evans and then Newman going towards the final laps. Dorian Malik was 5th and Ben Hoy in 6th, and they're going to be looking to try and improve in this pre-final. They'll certainly feel like they've got the pace to improve, that much is for sure. So it's going to be Farrell and Evans on the front row. Of course, the DRS 100s, none of the top 4 drivers from last season returning to the championship. Of course, Charlie Ratford very much still a part of the Daniel Ricciardo Series, as he is of course now part of the 125 category. As round the final corner they come, and we get ready for a start, and here we go as Farrell gets to the inside, gets a little bit of a swapper on going through the first corner as Newman gets ahead of Nyron Evans to take second place. Almost out of shape there was Farrell going into the hairpin. We've got a full course yellow when we've actually had an incident right in front of us. Very difficult to tell from our commentary position. We've got 2 windows effectively, and the incident happened right between the 2 windows. It's 174 who is in the tyres. That is Josh Mills, one of our novices. If we'll get to see a replay of that, we were watching the front of the field making their way down towards the Stratford hairpin. I don't see any signs that there was anybody else involved in that incident. I'm sure many of you at the circuit would have had a better view of it than ourselves up in the commentary position. So a full course yellow at the moment is effectively
once they drop the flag, it goes.
An IndyCar style full course yellow, where we continue on until we are ready for a lap on which we can restart. So just to go through our order very quickly, because there were some significant changes on that first lap. As you can see, Liam Karabelov is up into 3rd place, Nyron Evans dropping down 2 places, Maximilian Reed making up 2 as he moved ahead of Dorian Malik and Ben Hoy. Cassidy Southall in 8th, Carter and Skip Clarkson in 9th, and Harley Drake up in 10th. So 2 of our graduates from DRS 62, which of course sadly is no longer on the Daniel Ricciardo Series package this season, but 2 of the graduates up in the top 10 for the moment. Those 2 during the course of the weekend, but they're in the best positions they've been so far. As we get ready, just trying to see if there's any sign that we'll get a restart here. It looks certainly possible. There is, or there will be some concern. I don't think we are going to get a restart actually, because there's going to be quite some concern about the accident scene here, because there's quite a lot of water on the outside of the exit of Cafe Corner, and it's very, very close. It's not quite on the racing line, but it's very, very close, and if you hit it, you're almost certainly going to spin out. safe, and with the supervision of our race director Matt Daniels, that water is being swept away as best as possibly can be. That, of course, simply a result of the overnight rain that we've had here in Shenington. Of course, that very much being retained by the tyres, and so when the tyres get hit, that's the sort of thing that can happen. Looks as if they're a bit happier now with the scene there at Cafe Corner, although there is a worker just walking across the circuit just to take his marshal's post back up. So with any luck, we'll be going back racing now, and there is the green flag. And once again, Farrell getting a little bit out of shape in that first corner, but he gets through it well, and off wide, and I think that's a mechanical problem actually for 164, and that's Nyron Evans coming to a stop. So the driver that was second in the heat race earlier today, rolling to a halt on the restart here in the pre-final, and Nyron Evans will seemingly not make the finish. A bitter blow for him, and I wonder if we might go yellow. No, they'll push the cart back in towards where the dummy grid is effectively, and they'll do so safely. As that side by side for the lead, I'm seeing, yes it is, Kai Newman to the front. Kai Newman passing Freddie Farrell as they came down the start-finish straight there. And Karabelov, who was looking very, very eager to make a move throughout the course of the pre-final, is making a move now on the exit of the hairpin. Looks as if he might have thought better of it there. Just hard to tell because they're both single plates. Yes, he is. He's stuck in third for the moment as Farrell holds on to the position. And Farrell, is he diving up the inside? He is. What a move by Freddie Farrell. Made no sign, no indication he was actually going to go for that there. It looked as if he was simply going to outbrake himself, but he made the corner and made the pass cleanly. And through they go. And Karabelov is in second. He's taken advantage of Newman being compromised there. Seen a track limit warning for Dorian Malik on the screen. He's running in fourth place at the moment. And so, yeah, Newman, so that's what happened to him. He was compromised on the exit, and Karabelov just got down the inside, just around that left-hand curve that takes you on to the start-finish straight at the exit of Wilkins. Across the finish line they go. Battle well and truly on between Farrell and Karabelov. There's a little bit of a gap back down to Malik now, who's past Newman for third. And wide at the exit of Cafe Corner is Farrell, and Karabelov is in striking distance, and he moves to the inside, and Liam Karabelov takes the lead of the pre-final. And the driver who we thought looked most likely to make moves in the heat, well, he's making them now. But he has to defend going into Wilkins, and looks like he's just about held the position there, going through the hairpin. He has indeed, but Farrell looking to strike back. And looking, just keeping watching guy around the outside there is Dorian Malik, who of course has that track limits warning. The top six are very, very close together right now as Malik there nearly getting out of shape in the braking zone for Stratford. Through the chicane they go. The top six now even closer together than they were when we mentioned it a moment ago. Good exit there for Karabelov. He will lead them into... No, he won't lead them into Wilkins. Did he make a mistake there? Because it looked like Farrell just got very easily up the inside. Karabelov gathers it back together. But Farrell back into the lead. It's going to be very close, actually, to see if this is going to be the penultimate lap or not. The times are very, very close as to whether or not we have two more laps or just the one lap after this one. As here we go, we look at that move. Karabelov just took a wide line into the hairpin there. Didn't really put up any kind of fight. I wonder if he'll live to regret it. There is actually a contact warning for him as well there for Liam Karabelov. But now he's right in position to strike back against Farrell. Can't do it there going into the hairpin. So this will be the start of the penultimate lap now. As Karabelov goes around the outside initially and tucks back in, and it's still any one of 6 drivers that could win this race. Karabelov to the inside, thinks better of it going into Stratford. Malik there, Newman gets a good exit from the hairpin initially, but then tucks back into the slipstream as they head through the chicane now. Good exit there from Karabelov. Newman in position to make a move there on Malik. Once again, good defending there from Freddie Farrell into the hairpin. Karabelov moves to the outside as they look to cross the start-finish line. And can he hold it into turn 1? No, he can't. Farrell says no, not today. Into the hairpin they go. This time Karabelov forced to the outside. Will that hurt him on the exit? No, it'll help him because he's got side by side. And that should give him track position into the chicane. And Farrell holds on, but Karabelov could have it at the exit. There's a chance for Malik to make a move there. Farrell trying to hold on the inside. And Karabelov here might be boxed in unless he can get the exit. Farrell parks it effectively on the apex and then rockets away, and Freddie Farrell will win. That's fantastic racecraft there from Freddie Farrell, just scrubbing off the speed going into going through the hairpin there, effectively just leaving Karabelov no chance to make the switchback move on the exit. It's high IQ stuff that allows Freddie Farrell to take the win, and we wondered if maybe Karabelov would live to regret leaving the door open with a couple of laps to go going into Wilkins there, and that's exactly what happened. Freddie Farrell beats Karabelov to the win, and Farrell actually now, we talked about Sam Faulkner a moment ago, well, believe it or not, Freddie Farrell's looking at a clean sweep in this incredibly competitive DRS 100 field. Absolutely superb stuff, a fantastic race. That really is what we were thinking the heat race could be. We got all the action there in that pre-final, and the result of it all is Freddie Farrell winning, Liam Karabelov second, Dorian Malik in third, Kai Newman fourth, Maximilian Reed in fifth, and in the end, the top 8 separated by just 1.6 seconds on the circuit. Absolutely fantastic action. We're hoping for more of the same in their grand final. And the grand finals are now where we will turn to, because we've got the DRS 35s back out on track for theirs in just a few minutes' time.
Did you ever take near him? What? Did you ever take near him?
He ran out.
Did he? Yeah. How?
I don't know, he just pulled off to the left.
I think he went backwards into the barriers, no?
No, he just...
Did I push him off? I didn't do anything to him.
I think he lost power. Got a contact warning on the lap he overtook me. I don't know why.
There's track limits warning.
Was there?
Yeah, you got track limits. Did you get track limits penalty or
warning? Warning. The slipstream is so powerful.
Yeah, no. I'm trying to take it apart. I'm trained to do it.
Oh, really? I just don't want to risk it.
No, don't risk it. If you're not trained, don't risk it.
Yeah, if you do it a lot in practice, then... But
so, like, right now, I don't know how many laps I'm running. So,
really?
like, if someone asks me, well, how many to run, I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah. You just change it for the corners. Well done, Dorian. Well done.
Because I think Nero lost power.
Oh, really?
That was a close battle, though. Jesus.
Yeah.
I thought he was like let off there, because I was not going to let off.
No. Oh, it's a tough race there. Yeah, the slipstream is nuts. Like, you're a little bit behind, because got a good exit out of Bruno Fryer, and then you just come up and...
Is next round in Brisbane?
Yeah.
Oh, I had a good feeling about Brisbane.
Yeah.
Okay, attention Podium. Lily Carragher in GRS 35. You are supposed to be on the grid. Lily, you are supposed to be on the grid. DRS 35. That's Lily Carragher. You've got 2 minutes to get to the grid. Otherwise you will miss your race. That's a message for Lily in DRS 35.
Can I please have the mechanic for cart number 139? And all the rest can then follow. Bring your trolley.
And doing what he's doing, he'll know where he can make it up.
Yeah, and I said to him, if you can stay with them in front of him a little bit longer, because when you're out on your own, you tend to drop. He does drop down a little bit.
Close chasing it.
Just swap them over.
Yeah. So Lily's going to be at the back of the grid, so yourself and yourself are going to move up one position if that's okay. So yeah, we just get that car. Oh, there, I've done. So yes, so when we go out, I want you to go to that side, okay? Yeah, golden. You know what I mean? When you go out, I want you to go to that side and let, get him go in front of you, okay? That's okay? Nice one.
Come get your helmet on. You're going to be behind that one.
Come with a white helmet, Teddy. Okay?
What, I'll cut over?
Yeah, when you start out,
Follow that one in front.
yeah, you need to go to the one with the white helmet. They've got to swap over.
Oh, you're going another way, yeah. You're doing a crossover section.
See forward?
Yeah.
Better forward.
Back.
Back. All right.
Good. When you get going around,
Guys, good luck. Have a great race.
Have I done your tyres?
Time for our first ever DRS 35 Grand Final, and if it is anything like what these drivers have given us out on track so far, then it is absolutely guaranteed to be a real special race, this one. We, of course, we had the incident, what looked like contact between the race winner there of that pre-final, and of course that was Jacob Kent, as he made contact with Harry Myatt Waldron, who ended up in second. Didn't see any kind of contact warning, however, come up on the screens, and from what we understand, there hasn't been any change to the final result here as we go around for our second of the 2 formation laps. Penalty that we did see, however, in that pre-final was for Daniel Iliev, who gained a place as a result of contact with another kart. That incident there with Elena Santos, which has lifted her up a place, and Charlie Simmons up to 8th with Iliev back down to 9th. The drivers now going through the Bruno chicane, and in just a few moments' time will be ready for their grand final. They're looking a little quick coming down the Hanger Straight. I'm sure that Andy will be out there to ask them to slow the pace, and just instructing them there to make sure that they're within their tram lines when they come around to the start-finish line. They've been pretty well behaved through the day so far. As we mentioned earlier, Andy took them on a track walk, and they really did a good job of taking in the advice that was given to them. Here we go for the grand final, and we're underway, and Kent looking to hold the line there, but getting through and into the lead is Zach Jennings. And Jennings, who struggled to hold on to the lead in the heat and then slipped down the field in the pre-final, of course finds himself once again fighting from the front here as Kent will look for a move. At the exit of the Stratford hairpin, and of course we've got some 12 minutes yet, plus change of this to come. As we see a replay here, and I'm not sure exactly what unless there's been an incident further back in the pack. And yes, there was a spinner there towards the back of the field. Couldn't quite catch the number from here as across the line they come for the first lap, and Jennings just holds position there from Kent, sweeping round the outside to keep the lead there, as Galanis Sinai there is in third, ahead of Myatt Waldron and Hunt Nelson. And a move for the lead here coming from Jacob Kent, and he takes it, although Jennings is going to get him back at the exit. And it'd be great to see if Jennings could factor into the mix for this one, because there'll just be one more driver in a position to make this an absolutely incredible race. He actually pulls out a little bit of a gap there on Kent at the exit of the chicane. As now looking to make the move is Galanis Sinai. And around the outside there, going into the hairpin, is nearly contact. Oh, I was just waiting there for Myatt Waldron to turn in, and thankfully he did not, as he had another car just about ready to just right alongside his right rear there. And they're side by side of the exit there, although in the end, Myatt Waldron cuts back in. And a move for second. Galanis Sinai and Kent, who is pushed out wide. He might lose the place here to Myatt Waldron too. But they sort themselves out, and if anything, it's Kent that's looking more like retaking second as they move into the chicane. What this is doing is allowing the same scenario to unfold as happened in the heat. Zach Jennings pulling away once again. It's nowhere near as big a lead as he had in that heat race, but it's still a good half a second, and that's a good lead in these less powerful machines. As looks like a potential mistake there on the exit of the final corner, and that looks as if it's dropped Jacob Kent back down to third place, and he's wide through Cafe Corner there. Hewitt is side by side with Mike Waldron, excuse me. And into the hairpin they come, and looks like Mike Waldron has actually held it on the inside there. Jacob Kent climbing all over the curb on the exit of the hairpin there. And Jennings' lead at the end of that previous lap was 0.8 of a second. I have to say, it's looking a little bit bigger than that at the moment as he comes in towards the Wilkins hairpin, and the fight is going to be for second place. It's a three-way fight for fourth place at the moment. And just about in touch there is Alexander Lekshitsky, who's just keeping a watching eye there in the number 29. As Kent looks for a move on Galanis Sinai, and he has to go around the outside. And that's good defending there. Well, it was good defending from Galanis Sinai, but he doesn't get the good exit. And Kent will have the position going into the chicane, and Galanis Sinai smartly chooses not to fight it. You don't want to go side by side through there realistically. Generally doesn't end well, although we have of course seen these very drivers do that pretty well earlier on. As in towards Wilkins they come, and Jennings continues to pull away. No questions about his pace this time, as they're side by side down the straight, across the finish line. Mike Waldron and Galanis Sinai looking to fight for positions. As past us they come, and it's now going to be a five-way battle for second place, and Jennings now a second and a half up the road as Mike Waldron looks up the inside, and it's held well there by Kent. That's going to allow Galanis Sinai the chance to move for second in towards the chicane, and this time that's very well defended there by Mike Waldron. He didn't really have the kind of position that he needed, but he took a lot of speed through the first part of the chicane around the outside, but it has left him compromised at the exit. And here comes Galanis Sinai back up the inside, and he could lose a second position there. He has done. And who's that got round there? That was Hunt Nelson that got by Mike Waldron as well. So now it's Jacob Kent leading Galanis Sinai in that battle for second. And at the moment, it looks like there's no questions about who's going to win this one. Up the inside, Mike Waldron taking fourth. And Hewitt is there side by side in the fight for fifth. And Hunt Nelson tries to hold it around the outside in the first part of the chicane, and he gets a good exit this time around. He's still there. Hewitt is in position to have a go, but it doesn't look like a sure thing, and indeed it's not. There's Hunt Nelson holds the position, or he did, but now they look like they might be side by side again coming across the start-finish line. They are, as we just lose them in the shot there, as we're focused on Jacob Kent and Galanis Sinai. And Hewitt did not get past. That's dropped him and Hunt Nelson off of the battle for second place. As here now, a move is, well, it's Galanis Sinai looking for that move, but not able to find it, as Hunt Nelson is wide there on the exit of the hairpin. Not quite wide enough for Hewitt to take advantage. And Zach Jennings, meanwhile, his lead 1.9 seconds. Looks like it might actually be a little bit less than that as they come across the line this time. We've still got 4.5 minutes to go in this one. It's actually a little more. It's a tenth more, 2 seconds now. And here comes that fight for second again. down towards Stratford Hairpin. It's Kent that has it at the moment. Doesn't like anybody's going to line up a move at the moment. Looks like Galanis Sinai thought about it. But realistically, too far back. We did have a spinner earlier on, of course. I'm just looking through the field at the moment to identify who it might be, and I can see that Daniel Iliev is running quite some way behind where you'd expect him to be, so that rather makes you think that he was the one that had that spin. He's running in 12th place at the moment, behind Sena Kozrapana, who is holding him at bay pretty well at the moment, as they're side by side almost for 3rd place there. Galanis Sinai looking to hold off Maya Waldron, who moves to the inside going into the Stratford Hairpin and will indeed take 3rd place. Jacob Kent meanwhile taking a 10th off of Jennings on that previous lap, but that's not going to be enough to make a big late rally for the lead. Under 3 minutes to go now, as we watch Maya Waldron looking to make the move on the outside into Wilkins, and now they come down the start-finish straight. I believe they're just about to approach a back marker here. Indeed they are, and already through is Jennings, and now Kent just coming through as they move past Teddy Shepherd there. And looking for a move, and no compromise there through the hairpin as he tries to get around there. Was Galanis Sinai, but then he looks as if he actually boxed in Myatt Waldron there. I think he did. And that's going to drop him back into the clutches of of Hunt Nelson and Eskild Hewitt. So that's a big break there for Galanis Sinai, who is going to have a pretty big advantage now. It's 1.6 seconds ahead now in his hopes of standing on the podium at the end of this one. Of course, we will have the podium celebrations to follow shortly after the conclusion of our 3 grand finals here, as that's Myatt Waldron looking to hold off the challenge of Hunt Nelson for 4th and 5th there. Jennings' lead, meanwhile, is stable. It's 2 seconds. I don't think Jacob Kent is going to be able to chase him down, as it's Hunt Nelson who was the one that did chase down Jennings in the heat race earlier on that ended in that photo finish. He's the one that's looking closest to making a move right now as they fight for 4th place. Eskild Hewitt is right there as well, so that three-way battle is the closest one on the circuit at the moment, and nobody else really in close contact. Looks like Hewitt there was looking to make a move, but then he falls back a little as they head in towards the hairpin, and we get ready to start the final lap in a few corners time. And we do have to say that throughout the course of the day, one of the things we spoke about at the very start of the day was some of these drivers trying to find their way through their paces and get up to a good speed, and certainly the likes of Lily Catignon and see Charlie Simmons, Senna Kozrapana, those drivers are amongst those that have found the speed as the day has progressed. Not quite able to get to the front, but certainly they're finding their rhythm. We are on the last lap now. Jennings 2.1 seconds clear as the battle continues to 4th place. Hunt Nelson looks to make a move into the Stratford hairpin, but Harry Myatt Waldron holds him off. It's been a fantastically competitive day for these DRS 35s. They have been the stars of the show. Absolutely no question. And around now will come Zach Jennings through the final corners. They continue to fight for fourth place. It looks like Hunt Nelson has made it up the inside, but taking the win is Zach Jennings ahead of Jacob Kent. They're going to go side by side for 4th, 5th and 6th. And they were 3 wide, and in the end it was Mike Waldron that held on to it. And the gap between the 3 of them, just a 10th of a second at the finish. It looked as if there, as we see the replay now on the stream, as if Hunt Nelson had got the place. But I think he just took too much speed into the entrance. You could see him fighting the steering wheel and just not able to get the exit that he needed. And so in the end, it was Harry Mike Waldron that retook 4th place. So our podium will be Zach Jennings, Jacob Kent and Marcus Galanis Sinai. Congratulations to them. We'll see them later on the podium. But I think all of these DRS 35 drivers can give themselves a massive pat on the back for coming in the way they have, showing the racecraft they have, showing the speed they have, the maturity, getting used to the circuit and the demands of the DRS 35s. And not only have they done that, they put on the best racing we've seen today. Of course, there's still a chance for the DRS 125s and 100s to show us something spectacular themselves, but boy oh boy do they have a job to do to top what we've seen from the 35s today. Zach Jennings is our first winner of the DRS 35 Grand Final, ahead of Jacob Kent and Marcus Galanis Sinai.
You are 40. I don't know you.
What's it like? I'll give it a WhatsApp.
Yeah, cheers, bud.
I've been on a 5-week course for them, doing the data and everything. Yeah? Right, just finished it.
Could you use the same manifold then?
Yeah. That's what Luke has got on his. Yeah. Well, actually, I've got to be.
You know what's fun over there, Mark?
Come on, the big boy. That's what that meant.
Obviously, we use it now because we race them.
Driving like my man and she's 6 foot under. Going on over.
Gets jealous. Where do they see them?
The back, he knows that he's driving like my man.
Well, we had to.
So you let him put you on it? Are you watching the new round of First Match Radio?
We obviously had that.
Back for our DRS 125 Grand Final, and we'll be almost ready to get underway. They're forming up a little bit late. Just a little bit of news we've just had from the office downstairs. 139 of the DRS 100s. Henri Pomerandor being put to the back of the race results just now for not having one of the exhaust-related devices on his car, the exhaust wadding on his car, and that's why he has been put to the back of the results. We are underway in this grand final for the 125s as Sam Faulkner leads them around. And they set a furious pace going down towards the hairpin, and Ritchie for a moment was looking as if he was trying to make a move there. But not to be, as there's an incident further back. That's number 9 and 337. That's going to be Finley Anderson and Jake Woodrow back there, as they go through towards Wilkins for the first time. And it is Walmsley Jones that's looking closest to making a move right now, as he shapes up a move on Ethan Critchley the second. Critchley holding the position through Cafe Corner, as there is a flag out. And one of the drivers not gotten away from that incident at the Stratford hairpin, and that means we do indeed go full course yellow. The Battenbergs out, and so we will slow the pace. That driver did get away just before the leaders got around to the Stratford hairpin, although just judging from, so there is another kart out there. We couldn't see that from our window. It is the 335 that is stopped out on circuit. That's Thomas Dackins there. So it looks as if, I can't quite tell from there. I can't tell if the way that the number 9 spun backwards there almost leads me to believe that Dackins hit him, just looking at the trajectory of those two drivers. But it is also entirely possible that Woodrow simply spun and collected the 335 of Dackins there. Pretty hard for us to tell what happened on that one. We did not get the best of views. We do not go back racing as of yet. Of course, we wait for the 335 kart of Thomas Dackins to be cleared. And with any luck, we will go back to racing next time by. So there is that kart being removed. And we had, looks like a non-starter there as well. Is that the 298 of Cole Watt that we can see? Yes, it is indeed. So a couple of exits already in this DRS 125 Grand Final. You don't normally associate the Daniel Ricciardo Series with attrition, but already a couple of karts out. A couple of days, unfortunately, ending early. We are about ready to get this one back underway. Sam Faulkner will lead them back to the green flag, and we will see how much the tyre wear is going to be a factor here this afternoon at Shenington. Faulkner comes back around. Don't see any indication that there's going to be a green flag, and so we will continue on once again. It looked as if the incident site was cleared back there, so there must be something else going on somewhere around the circuit, or something that is not immediately obvious to us that the Andy and Co are not happy with. And there you see the Battenbergs out as Sam Faulkner continues to lead them around. Ethan Critchley is second, Oscar Walmsley Jones is third. Our timer, meanwhile, ticks down to the 8-minute mark. So anybody who was struggling with tyres is... this is going to help them, for sure. Jack Clayton, of course, our leading novice, he is in 7th place at the moment. That's where he managed to finish in the heat. He's been comfortably inside the top 10 throughout. As we come back round, green flag is in the starter's hand and we're ready to go again. And Faulkner did get the best of getaways there. And here we go, move potentially to turn 1 and Faulkner gets loose. And Critchley going for the lead around the outside. And he's going to get hung out to dry. And now side by side for second as Walmsley Jones looking to take advantage. And he gets it going through the Stratford hairpin. They're still going to be side by side. Have to wonder, will Race Control be happy with the way that Faulkner held his line there and pushed Critchley wide? We'll see if there's anything. There's nothing come up on the screen yet in regards to that. Side by side they go for, I believe that's 4th place there. And so that's Snake going to get ahead of Ratford then. So Ratford 5th. And 6th place Tommy Welsh, and they're in close contact with the exception of Sam Faulkner. So here is that restart. So Critchley went up the inside going into turn 1. They both got a little bit loose. You can see them both, Critchley in particular fighting the wheel, and then Faulkner really holding the racing line. And let's see, Critchley, yeah, all 4 wheels over the white line. That'll be, of course, the unfortunate thing there is that out on the circuit you don't get the benefit of those replays. So it's very, very difficult to make that judgment call. Faulkner, as it is pulling away, has an 0.8 of a second lead, and it's Oscar Walmsley Jones that is in third at the moment and closest to taking second. Tom Snape is right there too. Tommy Welsh dropping back a little bit into the clutches of Charlie Ratford, who is there making a move. You just saw him in the back of the picture there as they went through Wilkins. It looks as if Ratford, yes, he did take the place. Critchley able to match Faulkner on that previous lap, so Faulkner not exactly completely clear yet. As here comes the move from Snape on Walmsley Jones. He takes 3rd place. Tom Snape gets the move done, going through the Stratford hairpin. Through the chicane they come. And Walmsley Jones now looking to shape up for a repass as we go in towards Wilkins. I dare suggest that Faulkner's lead has come down a little bit here. It's virtually the same. There's a 100th of a second in it between Critchley and Sam Faulkner. Tom Snape, having taken 3rd, is now having to fight to keep hold of it as Walmsley Jones looks to have regathered himself and now looks quicker than the man that just passed him. And in the picture there is Ratford, who of course was 2nd in the pre-final, 3rd in the heat. It's almost certain that he's not going to make it 1st in the grand final. Of course, if he did, because he qualified 4th as well, so it would be quite some symmetry indeed if he were to get up front. But that's realistically not going to happen from here. Mechanical flag out for Finley Anderson. That's a 337. We saw him running well enough just a moment ago, so there's obviously something loose on his kart or something along those lines that we didn't quite see when we saw him come past us on the previous lap. As the lead for Sam Faulkner now is a 2nd as he sets the fastest lap and goes underneath a 43.5, 43.491 for him. As we see him move there, and that's Ratford trying to get past Walmsley Jones, and that might let in, it does let in Tommy Welsh. Can Ratford hold it around the outside? No, he can't. Welsh takes the place, although Ratford's going to try and take it back through Cafe Corner. Yes, he did hold it around the outside after all. The camera angle a little bit deceptive there. We were better looking at our window to see whether or not Ratford would hold that place, and indeed he ended up doing so. Tommy Snake dropping back now from Ethan Critches. There is Anderson in the pits. Finley Anderson responding to that flag that he was given. 2.5 minutes to go. Faulkner, Critchley keeping him honest. The lead still just over a second now. And Tom Snake just over a second behind him. The closest battle now is the 4th place between Oscar Walmsley-Jones and Charlie Ratford. Ratford, of course, holding on to the position in that battle with Tommy Welsh on the previous lap. Welsh looking a bit closer to the ultimate pace than he has done for most of the day. He's been in and around that 6th place most of the day, but this is the closest he's been to those in front of him that have been fighting for the podium places throughout the course of the day. As Ratford goes to make a move, and he does make the move this time on Oscar Walmsley-Jones, but Walmsley-Jones gets the up and under. Ratford with a good piece of driving there, just parks himself on the exit there and leaves Walmsley-Jones with nowhere to go. Past us they come once again, as you see the replay of that move from Charlie Ratford. Textbook move into Wilkins. As Sam Faulkner once again takes another couple of tenths out of Ethan Critchley, in that lead now 1.2 seconds. And it looks as if the big battle now is going to be for 3rd place, as we have just over a minute to go. So we should be starting, this would be 3 laps to go effectively at the start of this lap. Although they did just knock off a little bit of time there. Here they come past us once again. And Welsh looks like he's the closest to making a move here. As we see the field coming through on the stream there. Jack Clayton still our leading novice in the class. He is, however, back down in 10th place. It's still a strong placing for him by all means. He's been a little bit higher throughout the course of the day. Now they put time on the clock and then take it back off again. So either way, it'll be 2 laps to go from here. Good battle there for 7th place, being led by Archie Cole ahead of Archie Potter, and then Jack Clayton, we mentioned a moment ago, he's actually just moved up ahead of Daniel Weir for 9th place. Looks like Ratford is now clear of Tommy Welsh and will look to challenge Tom Snake for the final step on the podium. And there they are on the stream now, and that's Ratford ahead. Ratford must have gotten past him going into Wilkins. We didn't catch that one. Didn't look as if he was in striking distance. I wonder if maybe there was a slight mistake there potentially. As Tom Snake looks to get right back on things as we are now on the last lap. Sam Faulkner coming out of the chicane and well on his way to the victory. And Ratford looks like he's going to hold 3rd. So it will be Sam Faulkner to take the win. And he does indeed complete the clean sweep here in the DRS 125 round 1 here at Shenington. Ethan Critchley is 2nd. He's been keeping Faulkner honest through the entire day. 2.2 seconds the gap between them at the finish. And Charlie Ratford in the last couple of laps completing what has been a great step up in his first weekend, moving up to DRS 125. He takes 3rd place from Tom Snape in the last couple of laps to get himself a podium finish. Tom Snape in the end in 4th. Tommy Welsh moved up ahead of Oscar Walmsley-Jones in the end, and he finishes 5th, and that's a great result for him. And Archie Colson, leading novice in the end, was Jack Clayton in 8th, Archie Potter in 9th, and Daniel Weir in 10th, as Clayton made up those 2 places there in the last couple of laps. And so that wraps up our DRS 125 action for this afternoon. And just one more race to go, and it's going to be our DRS 100s. And if they can produce something like what we saw in their previous race, it's going to be a magnificent one indeed. Stay with us.
What's it, bud?
Yeah, no, the one you had, you were going to follow through.
And he goes for it.
There's no hidden. I wasn't watching the race.
Yeah, it's pain us anywhere.
Good luck, Kai.
Right, you get to land out this time. Yeah. Start and then get back over it. Yeah.
And a day for them, of course, that has been so competitive, extremely competitive, especially in that pre-final with Freddie Farrell making the late move on Liam Carabello to win there. And as a result of it, it actually means that he is looking, believe it or not, at the same clean sweep that Sam Faulkner just took in the 1-2-5. So the results might not suggest that this has been extremely competitive, but the on-track action tells you a completely different story, and that's the story that is very much the real one. Ready for them to take the start in just a few moments as they make their way around towards the Bruno chicane, and they're already pretty nicely aligned through the first 6 or 7 rows or so. Going to be Farrell that will lead them down to the green flag. Kai Newman will be in second, then it'll be Karabelov in third, and I'm trying to say, I think it's Malik in fourth, of course, because there was a problem in the heat race, in the pre-final for Nyron Evans, and yeah, so he's back in seventh, with Max Reed and Ben Hoyt on the third row. So here we go, getting ready for a start. And they go into the first corner. And Karabelov moves into second place, fighting the kart. So too is Newman. That's going to allow Reed to draw alongside him as they go down towards the Stratford hairpin. There's been an incident further back. 133 is in the tyres here at the cafe corner, but is already back underway. That there's Xander Hughes as Farrell and Karabelov resume their battle from the previous race. Farrell has been making that signal that you've just seen on a few occasions. Or he's maybe just trying to say, look, stay behind me, we can pull away. I wonder if that's the message there. Warning goes out to Ethan Anderson. Wonder if he was involved potentially in that contact with Xander Hughes. As across the line they go for the first time. Farrell leading Karabelov. Newman in third. Malik in fourth. The third row. Reed and Hoy stay as they are. I wonder if Nyron Evans can maybe come through after that problem he had in the pre-final. After, of course, he finished second in the heat. He's still back there in seventh at the moment. As Karabelov sets his sights on the race lead as they go through the Bruno chicane once again. He's got a pretty good exit there. Pretty much even. Once again, Farrell makes a signal. Karabelov looks as if he's going to make the move to the inside. We're just watching further back at the moment as Farrell continues to hold the lead, but they're very, very close. The top three all very close to one another as they come across the start-finish line. No way through for Karabelov at the moment. I wonder if he's just going to scrub off a little speed through the apex to try and get the run down to the hairpin. Looks like that's exactly what he's done. And Karabelov takes the lead. And Newman there is going to try and take advantage and move in a second. But Farrell repositions himself for the run to the chicane. That's going to bring Malik potentially into the fight for the lead. You can see him there on the screen. The last of the four that are fighting it out for the lead. And here they go into Wilkins once again. Spinner about 5th, 6th, 7th, 3 carts off as a matter of fact. That's probably going to bring out a 4-course yellow, you suspect, as Karabelov continues to lead Farrell and Newman. And just trying to see who it is that hasn't come around. Looks like Daxton Groves potentially one of them. It looks like maybe Harley Drake is another. It's Harley Drake. Carter and Clarkson looks like it's one of the others. I think you might have seen it on the stream. We were looking at the what was actually going out on the circuit. They stay green for now. There are marshals out there recovering the carts, but we stay green for the moment as Karabelov pulls about a bit of a gap actually on that lap. Now 0.3 of a second ahead. And it looks like a 4-way battle for the lead at the moment. Reed in 5th, a little bit back. And then Ben Hoy in 6th, a little back as well. Josh Mills at the moment is the leading novice. He's in 10th. So there's one of the drivers that was involved. That's a 156. And that was... Or was that 158? It looks like 158, but there's a little dent in it. Because I don't think there is a 156 actually. So that will be in Skip Clarkson, and he is done for the day, and that's a big shame. We talked about the two 62 graduates earlier on that were both in the top 10 early on when we had that full course yellow in the pre-final. And they both get caught up in incidents in this grand final, in an incident we should say, because it was the same incident that they were involved in, of course. Top 4 remain as they were, but I'd be very, very surprised if they remain as they were through the entire rest of the race. Karabelov just pulling out a little bit of a lead, but it looks like Farrell, just in certain places on the lap, is able to keep in touch, and he's practically right back with him as they go through Wilkins. Newman looking for a move for second. He feints to the outside going through Park Bend there. And now in position to have a look into Stratford. And Farrell goes across to the inside to cover the position. That might lead to him compromising his exit slightly. And that allows Karabelov to pull out a little bit of a gap. Also allows Reed and Hoy to close in. We may even be looking at a 6-way fight for the lead in the not too distant future. Through Wilkins and past the start-finish line they come once again. Still plenty of time left in this one, just over 6.5 minutes. And the top 6 now virtually together. Just a small gap from Malik to Reed, from 4th to 5th. As you look through the field, and still, Karabelov, Farrell, Newman, Malik, Reed, Hoy, our top 6. Newman looking like he wants to make a move at the moment. He might try and go to the outside. He certainly looks that way. Farrell smartly holding the line. You probably have to say, if you just look at the way that the karts have behaved throughout the course of the day, as Ben Hoy sets the fastest lap, just getting into the 44.6s there. But if you look at the way that the karts have been behaving, the way that the drivers have been behaving throughout the course of the day, that a move for 5th place there? Yes, it is. Ben Hoy goes past Maximilian Reed there, but Reed's going to get the up and under on the exit, but it looks like Hoy has done enough to get ahead and keep the position. The top 4 now are split off from them, and they're right together. And Karabelov, this is the smallest lead he's had for some time. Farrell going to make the move? Not quite. Is that a move for 3rd we just saw there? Just looking to see if we can look further up the field. Yes, it was. It's Malik, Dorian Malik taking 3rd place from Kai Newman. I was just about to say, you look throughout the day and you look at the behaviour of the karts, it does feel like Karabelov has been the fastest throughout the course of the day. And he left the door open, of course, in that pre-final with 3 laps to go as Farrell got by at Wilkins. I think he will have learnt from it. Farrell in striking distance here. And that's a perfect example of what we were talking about. Karabelov does not take the white line. He does not want to show Farrell any sort of door. Newman right up the tail of Malik as we go through Cafe Corner again. And Farrell looking a little bit squirrely there as they head down towards the hairpin. 4 minutes to go now. And as good as Malik and Newman are, just seems like a very, very tough job to break the stranglehold that Farrell and Karabelov seem to have on this race. Past us they come once again. Newman once again very, very close through Cafe Corner. Karabelov once again going to go to protect the inside. There's going to be a move here between these, somebody in this top 4. There has to be one before the end of the race. See, 174 is under investigation, just coming up on the screen above the start-finish line there. Josh Mills, the leading novice, up in 9th place at the moment. Terrific run for him, but it might well be coming to an end. Farrell making the move, and Karabelov hits him at the exit. I wonder if Farrell there maybe he tried to make a move and he just got it a bit out of shape and had to scrub off some speed, and Karabelov could not avoid the collision. That looks like what happened there. And that's allowed Malik through to second, and he's right on it. We're going to see the replay here. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Looked like Farrell tried to... You could see he was fighting the wheel, and he just scrubbed off that extra little bit of speed through the hairpin there. And I'm not sure that Karabelov could have avoided that collision. They might well take a different view, of course, in the steward's office, as there goes Karabelov up the inside now over Maddox, and Maddox lost places now to Newman as well, and it's as you were, Farrell, Newman, Karabelov, Malik, the top four. And right there is Ben Hoy, and he's one that hasn't been in the mix all day. Newman to the outside. Farrell holds the line there. 2 minutes to go, just under. 5-way fight for the lead. Maximilian Reed is there. Just about well, he's a second back the last time around. I suspect he's a bit closer this time, but not maybe close enough for a move, as that's Karabelov at the inside. And he's taken Newman, and Karabelov is on a charge. He wants that lead back. He wants to make up for what happened in the pre-final. But if Karabelov has looked like the fastest out there, Farrell probably has looked like the smartest. Here comes Karabelov up the inside. Just a look, no more than that. A minute to go. Might well be 2 laps to go when they come across the line next time. Or this time, we should say. Karabelov right under the back of Farrell, takes that wide line, looking for the run at the exit. Does he get it? Sort of, he's right there. So close as they come in towards Cafe Corner. As Farrell takes that wider line on the exit there. Don't think Karabelov's close enough for a move this time, although he looked like he was ready to make one. Through the chicane. Farrell once again making a signal as Karabelov looks to try and move to the inside. But Farrell once again closes the door. Malik a little bit too much speed in the final corner there, but he did get ahead of Newman on that lap. Here we go, last lap. Can Karabelov find a way? Almost side by side at the exit. This might be a chance. Farrell's going to have to defend the inside like his life depends on it. And Karabelov's going to try and pull the switch back, but I think he might have taken too much curb. And now Karabelov trying to fight to hold on for second. That might be the move, protecting the inside there, that's gotten Farrell the win of this race. I don't think Karabelov's close enough for a move into Wilkins. And it's going to be potentially a move from Newman for third. We'll see. No, it's Malik up the inside. And does he make contact there? They're going to go side by side. For third, it appears. Karabelov and Newman. And there's Hoy there. Well, who got it? Karabelov got it. By less than a tenth of a second between the three of them. Freddie Farrell wins. Malik with that last of the late breakers move into Wilkins, taking second place. And then Karabelov holding off Kai Newman on the exit there, and Ben Hoy was right there. They crossed the finish line, the three of them separated by just 8/100ths of a second, less than a tenth in it. Here we go, we see it there. Malik looked like he was all sorts of out of shape, but he got it done. Couldn't quite tell whether there was contact there or not. And Malik in the end nicking second at the last minute. And Freddie Farrell does indeed complete the clean sweep. I'm not sure you'll ever work any harder for a clean sweep than Freddie Farrell has had to do this weekend. He absolutely was just superb in qualifying. A sensational lap from him that really you just didn't see coming. But in the races, he's looked in control, in command, composed. And he takes all 3 race wins in the end. Liam Caraballo, don't quite know how, because he looked like he had a win in him all day. But in the end, he's forced to settle for 3rd in this grand final as Darian Malik snatches 2nd at the final corner. Kai Newman in the end in 4th, with Ben Hoy, fantastic drives from him, in 5th in that 5-way battle for the win. And that wraps up round 1 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here in 2024. It's been a fantastic weekend of action at Shenington. Great racing throughout all 4 of course, of our categories throughout the weekend. Of course, can't ignore the brilliant action that we saw from our DRS 45s yesterday. Of course, you're going to see them on the stream next time out at Little Rissington, round 2 in 4 weeks' time. And we will have the chance to see you then. It's been great to have you with us here. Ben McPhillips joining you from commentary here at the round 1 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series of 2024. Don't forget, we've got our podium presentations coming up a little later on. So do stick with the stream if you are watching there to see the drivers get their rewards, and so richly deserved they are. But for now, in terms of the racing from Shenington, that is goodbye. Welcome to the podium presentation for round one of the 2024 Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Shenington. It's been an absolutely fantastic day, on such a huge day for the championship as well, and that's why Andy Cox is next to me, just to remark on that first and foremost. Obviously huge success with the DRS 45 and 35, the two arrive and drive categories making their debut this weekend. Your thoughts on that, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say thank you to everyone who's been involved. It's been a lot of work to get everything together. Not only, as you say, did we have the new arrive and drive 35 and 45, but we also had the introduction, obviously, of a new power unit for the 100 and 125s in the B&B. So they both won the races today. So that's the future for us moving forward, as is the 35 and 45. Lots of new drivers coming along, really close racing. Karts were fantastic. So yeah, and the commentator wasn't too bad either. So it's all good.
All's well that ends well. Thank you, Andy. We will now start with our podium presentations, and we'll start with the DRS 35s. How much they impressed today. That photo finish was truly tremendous. And we'll first go with our third place driver, who was Marcus Galanis Sinai. And in second place, Jacob Kent. And our winner, triumphant in that photo finish in the heat and managing to get the win in the grand final, was Zach Jennings.
Well done, everybody.
And now we go over to our DRS 125 podium presentation, and we'll first begin with our top novice driver, Jack Clayton. And of course, Jack will stay on the podium alongside our top three overall finishers. And in third place was Charlie Ratford. In second place was Ethan Critchley. And our winner in the DRS 125s was Sam Faulkner. And now finally time for our 100 presentation. And our top novice driver was Josh Mills. And now for our overall top three in the DRS 100, starting with our third place finisher, Liam Karabelov. Snatching second place right at the very end was Dorian Malik.
Really good overtake.
And our winner with probably the hardest earned clean sweep you'll ever come across was Freddie Farrell. And thank you all for being with us here for round one of the 2024 Daniel Ricciardo Series. What an excellent set of races we've had, not just today, but also for the DRS 45s yesterday as well. That is it for us from Shenington. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time at Rissington.